the new Modus Super Series champion.
Yes! What a finish!
The silencer, Jeff Smith! And it is that shot wins week 6. Maximum checkout. He's done it. Double 11. Oh, this is sensational.
I've put myself in a good place here and hopefully I can see it out from there.
And he might be on for the best final performance of the series.
Every day is a new day, so
Beat the amazing man in Group A this time.
To come out the winner, it's unbelievable for me.
Finally, Andy Hamilton has done it.
Everyone remembers winners. You don't remember runners up in finals. So
Gary Storch is through to Saturday night.
I want trophies, I want titles, I want to win things now, and I feel as if I deserve that.
Oh, what's happening now?
I'll get on the golf course tomorrow morning and enjoy myself, and then tomorrow night I'll come here and see what happens.
It's that time of the week again. The successful 6 have made it through to finals night. It's week 4 of Series 12 here at the Modus Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and we are going to play to a winner live tonight on Pluto TV. Hi there, good evening. Welcome along to another evening of Ayres entertainment, where tonight 6 sharpshooters are going to battle it out to win the weekly title on week 4 of the latest series. And the week 2 winner is alongside me, Keegan Brown. You've been here all week checking out the competition, and there's going to be some stiff competition, isn't there?
Yeah, isn't there just? I've been fortunate to be here since Thursday, and what fantastic 4 sessions we've had, and that's not even including the fantastic Group A we had.
Certainly should be. Right, let's meet, without further ado, the 6 finalists that are going to be in action tonight. Ayres is back into finals night following an impressive Group A campaign. He was a weekly runner-up last time out. Can he go one better tonight? Van der Velde impressed in Series 11, reaching the semi-final on Champions Night. He's hit plenty of big finishes this week, but will he hit the winning double this evening? Also fresh from his recent Champions Night appearance, Andy Hamilton returns for an impressive 11th Saturday. Can the hammer hit hard once again and win a 3rd weekly title? The experienced Gary Stone returns for another finals night, but is yet to win a week. Will Stone's 6th Saturday stint be a success? Pallett had the highest running average of the week en route to qualifying for finals night. A former semi-finalist and runner-up. Will it be 3rd time lucky for Pallett? And Henry Coates has tasted success on this stage as recently as the Rising Stars Week. Can he add a weekly title to his repertoire by winning week 4? Yeah, Keegan, it is a really good lineup this evening, isn't it? And a few different stories, players that have been here, done it and won it before, and others that are chasing that first title.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that's what makes tonight would be such a good jam-packed full of darts. Everyone's got their own personal story. People want to win this for the first time. People want to win it for the second time.
Yeah, well, let's dig into the detail then of how they got here. It all started with Group A, Monday to Wednesday, and it was won really with a bit of a buffer for Ayres over second place Jamai van den Herrick. We'll talk about him as well a little bit later on. He's not going to be in action tonight, but Ayres won that comfortably.
Yeah, definitely. He won the group by 6 points, but if you look at the leg difference, plus 15, that's worth a good at least another 2 or 4 points easily.
Yeah, runner-up last time he was here. He missed a match start actually against Jeff Smith, of course, who went on to win the series. But has he shown that maybe he is ready to take that next step this week?
Yeah, definitely. He showed, true composure. He's got consistency back. He's the real deal.
Yeah, it certainly is. Let's talk you through Group C now. That was played, of course, in the afternoon sessions. The players that finished in the bottom half of Group A went into it along with 3 incoming players, and it was 2 of them who went through. Henry Coates, the Rising Stars champion, and David Pallett, again, with a nice little cushion. 4 points to Coates, more importantly, 6 points to third place Jerome Caron.
Yeah, definitely. Henry's coming off of a fantastic Rising Stars week, but obviously you look at Dave here taking out the 144, in the Group C against Henry, which ironically, Henry won that match on the Thursday afternoon. But yeah, I think them two were the true stars of the group.
Pallett maybe played the best stuff we've seen from him here at the Super Series, and he almost did one of the best things that we've ever seen here at the Modus Super Series, didn't he? Just talk us a bit through this.
So obviously at this point, I think Dave was registering around about the 105 mark against Reese, and he kicked off a 180, and we're thinking, okay, what's he going to do next? Let's go for it. And then obviously first one, you think, right, 9's on, right, the 9 is really on now. When Dave Spotter's Nightmare goes round the ball, hits the 171, so we thought, right, we know what Dave's going to do here. Get the peacocks out. It's going to be the old 3 bullseyes. And the first one goes in. Obviously, we're all locked on it, and we realised it was a bad guy. And straight away, he went for 60, and then narrowly misses tops by probably not even an inch.
Yeah, and the direction he's looking in actually is the commentary box, because you were his good friend Sam Mulliner, weren't you? And you got rather excited, the pair of you there.
Yeah, Sam got more excited than me, to truth be told. But yeah, to be fair, it was a nice moment. They've been friends for like 30 years, and for Sam to see Dave doing well again, it was a good moment to share with him in the comments box.
Absolutely. Yeah. Speaking of good moments, Henry Coates keeps having them here, doesn't he? Of course, won the Rising Stars, the 16 to 21-year-old tournament last time he was here, and this week he's proved that he can mix it with the big boys.
Yeah, I think a lot of youngsters nowadays, they win a couple competitions and then they always find it very hard to get back to what they want to be doing. But Henry, he's brilliant, isn't he? Done the Rising Stars, he's came in known, he's got a hard Group C to, contest, and he's got second place. Yeah,
speaking of hard as well, Group B was very, very tough on the face of it, but the 3 players that got through kind of did it with apparent ease. And I have to say, I mentioned it, Jamai van der Herrik finished second in Group A, then only gets 1 win in Group B. A miserable campaign for him, a rather successful campaign for his fellow Dutchman, though, Jurjen van der Velde.
Yeah, definitely. It just proves with darts, it's all on the day, isn't it? And sadly, he played really well in obviously the Group A and just came a bit unstuck, didn't he, in Group B?
Yeah, I mean, this man's maybe got the experience, hasn't he? Because he won his week last time out, Jurjen van der Velde. And we spoke about it during Champions Week as well. That crushing blow he had last year. He lost the World Youth Final, obviously a tournament that you've had success in yourself. But that didn't just lose him that match. It lost him his tour card. It lost him a place at the World Championship. It would have taken some time to regroup. Is this a perfect thing for him? Has this been the perfect platform to bounce back?
Definitely. This is his catalyst. This is the springboard to get back on, to what he wants to do. But yeah, to be fair, he's used that absolutely fantastic. And we had this discussion with him earlier where we were saying, do you know what, sometimes, you need something to bounce back. But, you look at Monday when he took out the 2 170s in very close, succession of matches.
Back-to-back games, yeah.
Yeah, back-to-back games. And, yeah, he's just another one at the moment. He's finding his feet again. He's bounced back from the hardship of last year. Full credit to him.
Absolutely, yeah, really good stuff. Also at Champions Week and Champions Night indeed last time was Andy Hamilton.
Yeah.
He's made it through once again. Are we seeing something of a resurgence from the Hammer?
Oh, definitely. Andy's appetite for the game is as big as ever, and full credit to him. As we see here, he took out the 127, obviously in Group B. But yeah, you can never write him off, can he? Can never write off Andy.
And seemingly every time Gary Stone's here, he talks about getting that monkey off his back. We're going to hear it from him later tonight as well about finally crossing the line, because he's played so many times so well here, but hasn't won a week yet. Has he shown anything different this week that makes you think that he can go all the way?
Yeah, there was a couple of times in some of the matches where you look at he kicked off with a fantastic 1-3-2, didn't he, to keep the group off. But yeah, there was a couple of times over the 2 days where it looked like he was losing his head, he was losing his concentration, and he bounced back fairly quickly. And there was one game he was 3-1 down, losing his head. He won the game 4-3. So yeah, I think there's things for Gary to say, do you know what? Could be his time.
Yeah, Saturday number 6 for Gary Stone. And we can show you now actually how the 6 players compare when it comes to their stats for the week. Obviously, Dave Pallett and Henry Coates only did play in Group C, and Stone and Hamilton only played in Group B. So fewer matches. However, that's a huge gulf from Dave Pallett to the rest of the field, isn't it? 5 points on the average.
Yeah, definitely. And to be fair to Dave, the damage was when he hit the 3 or 4 over a ton averages, and that's where the really the killer is. But the interesting thing is Gary Stone, bottom of the table, and yet he's been the bookies' favourite all throughout the week.
Yeah, interesting. Well, you get the feeling that may change for tonight, but let's show you what groups the players are going to be in and see if that affects your thinking, Keegan. Danny Ayres, Andy Hamilton, Henry Coates in Group 1. Group 2, Jurjen van der Velde, David Pallett and Gary Stone. Usually I would say which is a favourable group, but I don't think there is one tonight, is there?
No, there's not. There's an absolute class throughout both groups, but the one I'm going to focus on is Group 1, because you think Danny's had a couple of days off. Obviously, Andy's coming back to his best. And one thing I want to, look at is how Henry copes with Andy's pace.
Well, that will be interesting. It's all about to get underway very shortly, but let's finally see how the bookies have priced it. And backed up by those stats, they have gone with David Pallett as a 3-1 favourite, but there's not much between him, Danny Ayres and Henry Coates. In fact, there's only 3 points separating all 6 players in the betting there. It suggests they don't really have a clue, Keegan. Do you?
No, definitely not, let's be honest. But no, I think, sometimes the bookies gets it right, sometimes get it wrong. And all we care about is we're going to have a fantastic night at Archer.
If I were going to push you for a winner, where would you put in your 50p?
I'll be honest, I've been saying Andy now for the last 2 days. So far, he's got through, so tonight I'm going to go with the hammer.
Yeah, if you are going to have a bet, please gamble responsibly, even if that means keeping that 50 pence in your pocket. It's 18 plus, gambleaware.org. Okay, the first match is about to get underway. It's the Group A winner, Danny Ayres, against the recent Rising Stars champion, Henry Coates. And Henry Deacon caught up with both men a little earlier on tonight.
Henry, made to work hard for it in the end, but into another Saturday. What would be your overall assessment of your Group C campaign?
Yeah, I felt like I played steady darts. I said nothing spectacular, but I've got Ayres, so I'll just do what I've got to do.
Is it fair to say we've seen decent stuff from you, but maybe not seen you fully get going yet?
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. I've had my good games. I've had slightly less of the standard, but I'm here, and that's all I care about.
Back into another finals night. You've come close in a weekly form. Obviously, the last time we saw you here at the Rising Stars, you went on to win that particular time. How much does that give you a bit of a confidence boost going into this evening?
Yeah, I've had experience in every round now. Up until the Rising Stars, I'd only got to the semi-final, but I played in the final and we won one, so I've got all the experience I think I need.
It's been a good year for yourself. How much would this be another little tick off the list if you could win one of these?
Oh, it'd be awesome. I mean, it'll be a champions night if I tick this one off, so I'm happy to get here.
Well, wish you all the best. Henry, good luck.
Cheers, thank you.
Danny, second time here, second final. There just seems to be a magic formula with you in the Super Series at the moment.
Yeah, it's been very good for me getting to finals night twice. Hopefully I can go one better tonight, but we'll see. There's a lot of good players here, so it's going to be a good battle.
In terms of Group A, what pleased you the most about your performances?
A bit of everything, really. Scoring right time, finishing right time. I was punishing a lot when given chances, which you've got to do. But yeah, overall, I was very happy. There's more there, but the B game was there and it was enough this time.
How important was it to show that, kind of winning when you're not at your best?
Yeah, it's just to show players that, if you give me a chance, I'm always going to be around and sniffing, and I'll do my best to take any chances I'm given. I'm a battler and I'll continue to battle.
Came close last time. As close as you can get last time. How much would you like to go one better tonight?
Yeah, last time I probably lost about a week or two sleep over that 6-6 last time. So it'd be lovely if I could get over the line this time. But I'm just delighted to be here on finals night again and have another crack at it.
Wish you all the very best. Danny, good luck.
Thank you very much.
This is on now. Needs another one of them for the match. And he finds it, takes out the 1-3-4.
To keep him on top and have put himself on the cusp of qualification.
Let's get it underway then. The action this evening about to get started as we get the first 2 players from Group 1 to the Oki ready to do battle in their opening game. And it is a battle between Danny Ayres, a 36-year-old from Crewe, who was the runner-up to Jeff Smith in week 1 of the previous series. Of course, Smith went on to win Series 11. And Henry Coates, the Rising Stars champion just a few weeks ago, the 19-year-old talent. It will all be under the watchful eye of the legendary referee, Mr. Paul Hinks. Is it going to be a night for Coates? Or are we going to see hot airs this evening? Talking plenty of hot air, Henry Deacon and Keegan Brown are in commentary.
Danny to through first. Game on.
Thank you very much, Chris. Very good evening, everyone. On a night where the Red Roses Ward, whose Chariot to Champions Week awaits them. Danny Ayres and Henry Coates gets the night's action underway. Before we start, many congratulations to England for winning the Rugby World Cup earlier on this afternoon.
95.
But alongside me here in the commentary box is somebody safe in the knowledge, knowing that they're going to be at Champions Week. And Keegan Brown, can you please promise not to cry tonight?
100.
Oh, Henry, you've opened a can of worms now, haven't you? But yeah, it's going to be an absolutely fantastic night of darts
61.
here at Modus Super Series in Portsmouth. Obviously live on Blu-ray TV.
Well, there's a meeting between the player who won Group A and the player who just about got through Group C
100.
in Henry Coates. But for Danny Ayres, he's a player that certainly made the live lounger home. Only his second appearance here, qualified through to a second Saturday
81.
night. And he did so in convincing and comprehensive fashion in Group A. Now, he didn't have the highest level of performance of the players in that group, but what he was the most steady of the field.
100.
Average of 88.5, 35% in terms of his finishing. He did what he had to do, and in this first leg has already taken the ascendancy against Henry Coates.
128.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's all about, I find, you just want to get through. It doesn't matter how you get through, but you just want to get through. And to be fair to Danny, it showed that he was the most consistent by getting through to Saturday and a couple of days rest.
Well, we saw last time Henry Coates was here on a Saturday at the Rising Stars Week. His ability at taking out big finishes a big time. Took out that 1-4-2 to take the final against Ryan Bradley all the way. It's Danny Ayres, though, with the first poke at the first leg, but can't find the double-double combo.
56.
And so Coates should get 2 at tops to get an opening leg break.
And to be fair, it's a nice steady leg. Should be an 18 darter.
48. Daniel Carr, 40.
The door of opportunity is opened up again to the man from Crewe. And right on cue, he takes the opening leg. And amongst his finishing, it was the tops and tens that bailed him out on so many occasions in that Group A campaign. Tops comes up, transferring there, and he takes a 1-0 lead.
134.
Yeah, it's always interesting to see how the Group A winner comes back, because having a couple of days of competitive darts, where your competition on a Saturday, regardless if they're just coming into the group or playing the week, they're going to be quite hot,
59.
aren't they, on the hills? But yeah, so far it looks like Danny's enjoyed the couple of days off.
Yeah, said he spent a little bit of time today in and around the seafront area.
60.
Just trying to chill out and relax ahead of tonight's finale.
Was he watching you build soundcasters at Southsea Common?
It's not quite that time
98.
of year anymore, is it? As the weather becomes rather more autumnal. But it means that we've got to the business end of 2025. And for Henry Coates, that means a lot of doors could potentially open for him. He's lost 3 development tour finals in 2025. Lost out to Beau Greaves in the final of event 6 before 2 defeats in finals to Jurgen van der Velde.
98.
That could be a story we're talking about a little bit later on this evening. 14th on the development tour of merit, and all eyes will be on a push at Q School come the beginning of January for
85.
Coates, and this really would be another tick off the list if he was able to win here tonight. He's not going to take out the 112 here, but Danny Ayres back here for the 93 to open up a 2-0 lead and to get the breaker throw.
He's gone 74. So it's 32 for a breaker throw.
69.
That's one thing I've noticed we've had quite a lot this week is missing the big numbers, going for the finishers.
Well, nervy
46.
darts to kick off the night from the pair. Henry Coates has missed 4 darts at a double, 2 in each leg. Conceivably, he could be 2-0 up in this game. But he could find himself 2-0 down. If Danny Ayres can find a double, which the last time he was here on a Saturday caused him some problems, because it was that double six he missed to beat Jed Smith in the weekly final the last time he was here. But finds it on that occasion, moves 2-0 to the good. He's got the breaker throw. It's not his best performance, but it's been good enough so far.
And let's be honest, all he's going to care about is having more legs than Henry in that leg comment.
85.
Fair to say that it was a case of just getting the job done for Henry Coates in Group C, as opposed to seeing anything spectacular from him, so to speak.
Yeah, 58. Definitely. I think, sometimes it's, quite hard coming into a group where some of your opponents already been playing, and, he's got his bonuses, got his negatives.
70.
But, yeah, particularly fair, I think Henry played well. I think he lost 2 games, didn't he? But yeah, he played really consistent. That's why him and obviously Dave Pallett are playing tonight.
Well, if you compare numbers, you can see why Henry Coates struggled a little bit to get over the line, because he's way down on his 12-month stats this week. His average for the last 12 months is around about 87 and change, averaged 80 in the group. His doubling is around about 1 in 3, well over 1 in 3, 36.5% for the year, doubled at under 30%. So he was playing okay, but he was playing nowhere near what we've come to expect of him. And we're not seeing that in this game either yet, as Danny Ayres looks to
93.
possibly go within 6 starts of a 3-zip lead.
Yeah, this is the thing as well. We're used to, obviously, Henry very high scoring as such. And,
134.
At the moment, Danny could be 3-0 up with a mid-80 average.
Well, first start obscured for Henry Coates, and so took no hesitation in going bullseye, bullseye. This is tops for 3-0. It's not his best, but it's good enough. And Danny Ayres is very comfortable so far. Well, there has been Kasper Schmeichel comparisons, and he's 1 leg away from keeping a clean sheet.
100.
I think, obviously, Dan's come out with a bit more momentum,
96.
should we say, even though he's had the 2 days off. But, we know what Henry can do.
60.
There's Henry's dad watching on rather nervously in the crowd. You can understand the nerves, because things haven't quite gone to plan for him just yet.
I was obviously speaking to him earlier before we went live, and Henry seemed very relaxed, really relaxed. He was saying he was playing a bit of FIFA and a bit of food last night. Just a nice chilled out evening ready for tonight.
95.
It was interesting what he said to you and Sam Mulliner at the end of yesterday's session, talking about how the Super Series has brought on his stage experience.
56.
Saying it's helping him along the way. The experience in playing competitive games in this kind of environment. Well, this game could well be over, because Ayres here looking at 170 for a 4-0 win. He's got 6 from this point.
87.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? Unless you play top-end county darts, this is the only great stage experience you get in this country.
94. Daniel Carr, 83.
So there's to get the job done. As routinely academic a 4-0 win in a Saturday night opener as you could possibly get. 66 left. And now just 50 left. The bullseye for the win.
42.
That way off the mark. He never looked likely, if the truth be told.
So Henry, outside chance just to keep side. And he does, so it's double top.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
Well, he needed a spark. And maybe the night's first ton plus finish is just the fillet for Henry Coates.
Game on.
And how big could that 100th finish be at the end of the night? That takes some ball, doesn't it? Knowing that your opponent's on, 41 for the
58.
match, and Henry goes up there, calls a cucumber, 20, tops.
Weirdly enough, it could be a finish that's more impactful in the next match that he plays than the match he plays right now, because he could lose this game 4-1. However, even if he just gets that leg on the board, it gives him a little bit more wiggle room to play with, and a 4-0 win in his next game against Andy Hamilton would still be enough to send him through.
And that's the thing, every time I hear it at the Modus, when I'm obviously in the comms box, I always say, what you want to do,
100.
if you're going to win, you want to win 4-0. If you're going to lose 4-3.
As Paul Nicholson puts it, win big, lose tight.
58.
You know, even like you're looking at Danny's leg difference, wasn't it? Of plus 15 between first and second in Group
42.
A. That's almost worth at least 2 or 3 points.
Well, that's because he won 13 out of 15 games, and his 2 defeats were 4-3.
96.
Meaning out of a possible 60 legs he could have won in the group, he won 58 of them.
And you know what?
135.
It doesn't sound a lot because you used to think, oh, well, people play legs, they play legs all the time. But I tell you what, that is some achievement. That really is some achievement. So is that the biggest we've ever had
59.
leg difference in Group A?
Biggest legs difference is plus 36, which was achieved by 3 players in the past. Luke Littler being one of them, Christian Kist
23.
and David Evans picking up that points total, that legs difference total.
So 2 world champions and Dave Evans then?
Who in his mind is a world champion.
100. Enrica 70.
To reduce the arrears to 3-2. Double 16.
38.
For the break back,
Enrica
and this could be the
100.
end of the match. He was hit by a Tud checkout. The previous leg could win this match of a Tud checkout. That's a nice guy for the trail, but it looks like he's going to persevere with tops, and so Coates here back for 3 in hand at 32 to reduce the gap to 3-2.
So anyway, at 32, and he does so.
Henry Coates.
All of a sudden, there's a different complexion
Six
about
leg
this
Henry
game,
through first.
and all of a sudden,
Game on.
Daddy's feeling a little bit happier about things because he was a bag of nerves around about 5 minutes ago.
Do you know, it's one of the
28.
things, isn't it? You only begin to settle once you've got a leg on the board. You know, at the moment, you know, it's not these guys'
96.
best performances, but it's still a good, entertaining game of darts. And you know, Henry knows he wants to turn faultless into a decider.
180.
You know, one thing I did allude to when obviously me and Chris first came on air was how would Henry cope
100.
with the pace of Andy in the second game?
76.
However, just seen a few sprays in this leg from Henry Coates, opening up the door for Danny. He does have the insurance policy, Danny, if it does go all the way to a last leg decider, that
58.
he has the darts in it, but that feels like a very much straw-clutched insurance policy. Well, he's gone for the 180 to try and make a bit of noise. Hits a 180. Second, shall I say, of the game for him.
What a reply. Brilliant darts there for Danny.
Henry Carl 37.
Well, he's hoping to win it all, but Henry Coates looking to take it all the way. Double 16.
21.
Inside.
Daniel Carr,
And so
67.
this for the match. 67 for a 4-2 win. And to, in the end, just about call over the line. Had an opportunity to win this game 4-0. And he's going to get a dart here at double top to win it 4-2. Doesn't go. And so Henry Coates will return for double 8 to turn a 3-0 deficit into a level match. No mistake. And we go the distance in the opening game of the evening.
So the final leg, Danny
Fair to say
game on.
that after 3 legs, this was a very unlikely scenario. Henry Coates was getting comprehensively outplayed, and now it's down to Danny Ayres to try and keep it all together.
140.
See, what we could do, you know, one thing about Henry, he's got experiences playing on this stage, being 3-0 down like he did in the
100.
Rise and Stars final, and he found a way to win. Maybe the nickname should be the Comeback Kid.
Well, it was a 3-figure checkout in that particular final that sparked him
57.
into life. It was a 1-4-2. It was a ton that got him on the board in this one.
44.
However, he finds himself chasing the 8-ball in this 7th and deciding leg.
Does he play pool?
It's been quite the sporting weekend, hasn't it? Rugby World Cup final earlier on this afternoon. The Ryder Cup golf.
Were you playing chess this afternoon as well?
Probably with some of that on as well.
or tiddlywinks.
Dan, I used to work with somebody who on the radio did sports results for
60.
literally every sport. It took about 15 minutes to do a 5-minute segment. Anyway, Danny Ayres was hoping he was going to get 6 to win this game, but that 140 has changed the complexion of this leg very much.
So Danny knows he needs a good score here, and he does. He'll do anything to leave a finish. But saying that, he'd be happy with a ton. 140, even better. So do you feel this must go for Henry? Looking at treble 20.
88.
So he's there, 44. In case Danny misses.
Well, it's been a courageous comeback from Coates, but is it all in vain? Because Danny Ayres is going to get 2 match starts at double top.
24.
But he's missed another. He's missed another 2. He's missed darts to win this game. 4-0, 4-2, and now 4-3. And now it's down to Henry Coates to step in. And for the second consecutive game on a Saturday night, come back from the hill. He was 3-0 down in the final to Ryan Brandy in the Rising Stars week.
No score.
He won that one.
20.
And he's missed 3 darts to win this one.
Both players showing a bit of emotion there to see how much it means to both of them. But Danny back for double 10. Surely that's a perfect marker.
The perfect marker and just about the perfect start for Danny Ayres. It was a game he almost let slip. He was 3-0 up and in cruise control of that game before Henry Coates showed that never say die attitude we've become so accustomed to from him. He put it all the way back to 3-3, had 3 match starts to win it at double 16, but it's Danny Ayres who just about got over the line by 4 legs to 3. Next up, Jurjen van der Velde takes on Gary Stone. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
What a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velde. Time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velde. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion.
Welcome back, and darting drama from the off on finals night here in week 4 of Series 12. In Group 1, Danny Ayres opened up a 3-leg lead against the comeback kid Henry Coates, and he did come back, forcing a deciding leg, but it was Ayres who crossed the line and picked up the points in the first match of Group 1. On to Group 2 then now, with the Dutch youngster Jurjen van der Velde taking on Scotland's Gary Stone, who Henry Deacon caught up with before the evening's action got underway.
Gary, another weekly campaign, another Saturday. What would be your overall assessment of your Group B campaign?
Good Thursday night, good focus, everyone was there. If I'm being 100% honest, went into Friday thinking if I won the first game, looking at the table, I knew I was through. So Adam, obviously in the second game, I thought he was struggling a wee bit. If I'm again being brutally honest, Adam will probably say the same himself. And he's come into that game and finished form, and I thought, here, it was me again. But that's on me, and I probably didn't recover after that game, if I'm being honest. But as I say, I've said it many times, it doesn't matter Thursday, Friday, or the full week, Group A, Group B, C, it's all about the Saturday night. So, as I say, hopefully I can prepare properly, and I just want to go up and be the best version of me on a Saturday night, because I don't feel as if I've done that even up until yet.
You've spoken to me about mindset earlier on this year. Where would you say you are with that kind of process right now?
Certainly a lot better. Obviously, a few things have happened in my personal life. My dad passed away, obviously, in March. That hit me a wee bit. But I've kind of tried to turn that into, I don't want to say a positive thing, but I've tried to kind of, it hits home where darts is an overall thing, you know what I mean? Like, my kids are healthy and they just want the best for me, so it's just about going up and just enjoying the game now. Do you know what I mean? I think I put a wee bit too much pressure on myself about underachieving over the years, because I think I'm probably one of the big major underachievers, if I'm being perfectly honest. So now it's just about trying to enjoy it, try and play with more of a smile on my face, and if they go, they go. They don't, they don't. It's just I need to really stick by that. Don't just say it in interviews like between me and you. I need to make that happen up there now. So that's the main aim. So winning things would be, I suppose bonus would be the wrong word, but you know what I mean. There'd be a thing on top as opposed to the be-all and end-all maybe they were in the past. Yeah, 100%. I felt as if the winning was the be-all and end-all, but I've got great sponsors, I've got great friends around about me, great family. The things that really matter, do you know what I mean? So I'm not getting any younger, so I think it's just about, just got, as I say, enjoy it. If I can enjoy it and let the shoulders relax and just let the darts go, because the talent's always been there. So hopefully, as I say, I can go up there and just enjoy it and prove my worth. Go well. Wish you all the best tonight, Gary. Good luck. Thank you, mate. Cheers. Yeah, is it fair to say that we've seen you get better as the week's gone along?
Yes, I think that's right. And yeah, I was a bit starting up in the first 3 days, but in Group B, I recovered myself, and now I'm in finals night again. What was the difference for you between Group A and Group B in your mind? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, maybe it's I'm playing in the evening, of course, but maybe the luck was not on my side in Group A, and in Group B it was. So yeah. And that was kind of despite having those couple of 170 finishes in the first couple of games. Yeah. On Monday I hit 2, and during the week I missed a few times on the bull, but yeah. And then into tonight, look, your record here is quite good. You've won a week in the past. You got through to a Champions Week semi-finals. Saturday seems to be something that just kind of sparks you into life a little bit. Is that fair to say? Sorry. Saturday seemed to bring your good darts out. Oh, yeah. It's in the weekend, so that's much better than on a Monday morning. So, I hope I can play my best games once again tonight. And, let's see what happens. Has 2025 been your best year of your career when you consider that the dev tours you've won here, that you've been winning on a more consistent basis than perhaps you have in the past? Yeah, I think 2025 made me a better player, and I think that's the right word at the moment. But I'm still working on my level of darts, and I hope I can do much better than this. What would winning a second one of these mean to you and do to you as well? Yeah, of course, when I win again tonight, then I'm in finals week again, and that should be amazing. Wish you all the very best. Good luck. Thank you.
opportunity after just 3 visits to the ball, but he's going to have to take it out now. Double-double. Double-double is delightful from the Dutchman. Doesn't even have to go for this ball. But why not go and reel it in anyway?
Bullseye. For his second one, maximum checkout of the day.
Yeah, certainly did deliver in the previous series, didn't he, Jurjen van der Velde? Made it all the way through to Champions Night. The young Dutch talent showing what he can do, and very keen to return to Champions Week by winning tonight. He takes on Scotland's Gary Stone, and guiding you through every dart, it's back to Keegan and Henry.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. Game number 2 sees that young talent there, Jurjen van der Velde, the World Youth finalist from last year, up against Gary Stone, a man who has made the Lakeside his home, but it's actually qualified for the ADC Global Championship in December. So we're going to see plenty more of him as 2025 draws to a close. Somebody who, in his own words, described himself as somewhat of a nearly man and one of the biggest underachievers in the game. Well, he's got an opportunity to right 1 or 2 wrongs this evening if he's able to cross the line for the first time. Has made it through to a weekly final in the past. Lost out to Neil Duff. That was back in Series 6, Week 8. And Neil, one of 3 players already booked into Champions Week. Carl Wilkinson also there. And I don't know, who's that other bloke who's booked his way in? Blubbered like a baby.
Oh, Henry. Hey.
Well, Jurjen van der Velde looking for back-to-back Champions Week appearances. Won his week last time. Won it impressively. Got the better of Steve Beaton by 4 legs and on the final with an average of 103.66. And there was a lot of disappointment when he lost that World Youth final. We could visibly see it. But it felt like he's come out of that experience, lost his tour card, and regrouped in 2025, and actually come out the other side perhaps a better player.
Yeah, definitely. It'd be, is that moment of being heartbroken is about everything, we alluded to at the beginning of the show where, it's one of the things we just, everything went wrong in such a small amount of time. But, fair play to him. He's came back and, I feel like he's using the Modus Super Series as a very strong springboard back into playing professional darts.
57. There's a car 109.
Well, he's had a lot of heartaches and dart breaks over the course of the last 12 months, but looking for 109 here to get the show on the road. Double 60, just 93. On the inside, but he has got time.
I felt he was absolutely fantastic in Group B. He was very unlucky not to
75
win both cards. He lost that one game to Andy Hamilton where, that was, I would say, of Andy Hamilton of proper years, should we say. But yeah, he was ruthless.
On the first leg, Jurjen van der Velde.
Well, that was ruthless. 16 darter.
Second leg, Gary to 3 first. Game on.
1-0 up. And looking rather efficient. And efficient was probably the right word to describe his Group B campaign. You look at the stats 100. From it. Average just under 91 over the course of the 8 games, doubling at around about 41%.
Yeah, he's the real deal, isn't he? He had that absolutely fantastic dart, didn't he, last night against Gary Stone, where I think he was he's probably quite close to London by the time he threw the dart 81. And it went in. So the kid's got talent. He's got, if he treats the game of darts well like he is at the moment, he's got a lot of years to come.
And he's going to be doing things come the end of the year that he's never done before. And he's 2 years as a tour card holder, didn't qualify for the World Championships, was unable to qualify for a major. His only World TV appearance was when he played in the World Youth final. But because he got to that final, he's going to be playing in the Grand Slam in November. And by being 4th on the development tour, and with the likes of Cam Crabtree and Owen Bates being in World Championship 92. Positions, he will get a hand-me-down spot to Ali Pali.
Rightly so. He deserves every opportunity the young man's getting,
60.
And the bonus is obviously, as he's in the Grand Slam, he won't be defending the money. So literally just be a free ride.
It's one of the upsides of being an associate tour member.
134,
Well, this is impressive so far. He's left himself on a double after 12 to break, forcing Stone to take out the 120. Played
80.
safe on the single, missed the big number, and presents Van der Velde with an opportunity to take full charge of the contest.
Game shot on the second leg.
Well, that is how you utilise two guides into the board. Dart 1, Dart 2 close to the wire, and then just nestles in off the barrel with Dart 3. And Van der Velde 2-0 to the good and in cruise control right now. Averaging just under 97. Really good start this from Jurjen.
134.
And this is the start that he was hoping for, and he's definitely get it. It feels like
85.
Gary's walking to someone that's literally throwing the kitchen sink at him.
He's one of those players, Gary. Everybody knows how good he is.
58.
Yeah.
And everybody raises their game as a result of it.
Yeah, that's the thing. You have to remember that. Gary's played for Scotland for a lot of years. He's had, a lot of times he's had a tour card. He's played on the Challenge Tour. Obviously played at Lakeside. So, we all know what Gary can do, and that's what, sometimes it's easier to play against somebody that plays well, and you know what they're expecting, because you know you have to raise your game.
Well, he's the first to admit it. His toughest opponent at times is usually himself.
59. Jurgen Car 145.
And we saw that a couple of times when he obviously in Group B, a couple of times where you just thought, he's lost his concentration, he's lost his way. But I tell you what, he regrouped so well. He regrouped really well, and that's a massive positive in Gary's, game.
140.
Well, for a second leg in a row, Van der Velde has left himself on a double after a dozen darts, and from the northeast side of the board, he looks at the northwest. And is he going to do an exact replica of the previous leg? Yes, is the answer. The first two's a guide. The third bumps in. 3-0 Van der Velde leads. Average of 98. And legs so far of 16, 15, 15. Which means that Gary Stone has had to play to the Chris Mason formula. Holding 15, breaking 12 to get any kind of joy in this contest.
And that's when you realise you are playing somebody that's playing world-class darts. To think, this is the sort of standard, we would be getting in the final. Let alone the first game of the, of Group 2.
Setting the stall out is Jurjen van der Velde. Gary Stone is not playing bad. He's averaging 95, but he hasn't even had a dart at a double yet in this contest.
We saw that yesterday, didn't we, with Reece Robinson, where the first 3 games of Reece, he was averaging, I think his average was around about the 94 mark, and never got once had a poke at a double.
Well, he should get a poke from here.
So should be looking at 19s. Probably back up for treble 20.
58. Gary Car 98.
So Gary, chance to get onto the board. Looking at treble 18. So it'll be 20 for tops.
58.
He cleans it up really well, that.
Knows he's got time. And sets things up perfectly. We said that Gary Stone had to get this leg 1 in 5 visits on throw if he's going to get any chance. 40. And just like Van der Velde in the previous couple of legs, has left himself on a double after 12. That's the best leg of the game. 13 darter to get Gary Stone on the board for the night.
To throw first.
The problem he's got now is Van der Velde has the darts to win the game right here, right now.
Yeah, and that's the thing, isn't it? He's had to win a leg 13 darts on his throw just to get a peg on the board.
93. $83.
Very much a rhythm player is Gary. If he can get himself going and just build up ahead of stride a little bit, Jurjen will have a few questions to answer. Of that, there is absolutely no doubt.
93.
The patrons watch on. The drinks get slurped. The words will probably get slurred as the night goes
86.
on.
What time did you start drinking?
The coffee? Oh, I've been on all day. Won't be sleeping tonight.
99.
I mean, the young Dutchman knows steady holder thrower, nice steady holder throw,
81.
job done. So straight away he's thinking, do you know what? 216. That's target 140 to leave 76, and it should be job done. So that's a perfect marker.
100.
Commentator's curse. So Garriott looking to put some pressure on. You know, we came back to this, I think it was last night, where
85.
Due to the
116.
Due to the size of the bulbous barrel at the beginning of the dart, he looks like he loses a lot of deflections into the 5s and the 1s. But look at this, double 18 for the win.
80.
And because of that slip into the 5, as you say, because of the bulbous barrel, meant that he wasn't on a finish.
100.
Basically gave Velde a free pass.
36.
This to complete a comprehensive 4-1 win. And to send an instant statement out, 99. Well, that was a really good display from Jurjen van der Velde. A professional job, well done. He demolishes Gary Stone by 4 legs to 1, giving him just the 1 dart at a double in the entirety of the game. An average of 93 and change, 4th and 12 on the doubles. And you get the sense he's still got gears to go. Coming up after the break, Henry Coates takes on Andy Hamilton.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score, leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
jockey with
20.
a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes going to be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got out the match. And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife.
doesn't have to cost a lot of money to make a venue good. And I didn't understand that in the BDO, and it was talking to a brick wall. I mean, it's not a lot of difference with the PDC, but a little bit. I remember my first time I went to a UK Open qualifier. And Raymond was telling me how great the PDC was and how good it was organized. And all of a sudden we had to play in a pub. So I thought, this is not that great.
He's the Dutch darter who's always got an opinion, and he is never afraid to give it. And he gave a few in a Tungsten talk with Henry Deacon, and that will be shown after the live darts tonight. And the live darts tonight has seen some good stuff so far. The first match in particular was a thriller. Ayres surrendering a 3-leg lead to Henry Coates, but then getting over the line. Jurjen van der Velde, though, did no such thing, dismissing Gary Stone 4-1 in his opening match of Group 2. Henry Coates now then needs to get a victory against Andy Hamilton to keep his hopes alive. The Hammer out to bat for the first time tonight, but his first job tonight was to talk to Henry Deacon.
Andy, into another finals night. Fair to say, in terms of performances, in terms of levels, it was rather consistent this week, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think my consistency was a lot better this week. I think down on my doubles a bit, which is I'm not pleased about. So I'm working on getting that back to where it was. I think it's all about the occasion for me. I'm here for the occasion now. So for me, it's a bit like a straight knockout. So I'm looking forward to tonight, and whoever plays the best wins.
So is Group B all about just getting the job done no matter what then?
Yeah, most definitely. My game's in a good place, my head's in a good space. So what happens tonight, we've got a bit of crowd in, which makes me concentrate more. So hopefully we'll get the real hammer out tonight.
You're beginning to become a little bit of a specialist when it comes to this format. You've won 2 of your last 3 weekly finals here. What's become the magic that's kind of sparked you into life in this building once and for all?
I think it's just, I don't know, not believing in myself. I've always had belief, but I think I'm enjoying my darts more. I'm enjoying the venues we go into, especially these Modus ones. It's the best place to be. It's a great place. There's great people. You have fun. You make friends. It's just a happy place to be. And if you're a happy place, you play the best darts you can.
Another win tonight. You go from great play here to legendary status here, potentially, because only a handful of players have ever won 3 weeks here at the Super Series.
Yeah, I suppose that's my plan. Obviously, I'm here to not make records, but I'll take them on board if it happens tonight. But I'm here to do a job tonight, and hopefully it goes all my way, and we come out with a win.
Well, we're looking forward to seeing you in action throughout the course. Ian, wish you all the very best of luck. Andy, go well out there.
Thank you very much.
One left.
Finally, Andy Hamilton has done it. He's been coming here for years.
Find the second. He does. Tops. Oh, what a shot out of 147. Check out there for Andy Hamilton.
It is indeed hammer time here at the Modus Super Series, live on Pluto TV, and Andy Hamilton, well, he can get the job done straight away as he takes on the youngster Henry Coates. A win, and Hamilton will be through to the semi-finals. Any defeat for Henry, well, he'll have to get his coat. But he can guarantee himself qualification in this one if he gets a 4-2 victory or better. So still every opportunity for the 19-year-old to progress to the Final Four. But Andy Hamilton will be relying on all his experience. And we do recently seem to have seen the Andy Hamilton of old. Let's see if that continues tonight then. Keegan Brown is alongside Henry Deacon.
I think you need to get your coat following that pun, Murph. Anyway, into game 3 of the night as Henry Coates and Andy Hamilton go head-to-head. And Andy Hamilton, as Chris already said, has had a happy time of it here recently. He's won 2 times in his last 3 weekly appearances. Broke the drought against Jack Treadley, becoming here time after time after time to no avail before eventually winning the week. And I think maybe 1 or 2 thought maybe this was a one-off triumph. Well, he made sure that we were proved completely wrong the last time he was here, where he got the better of Carl Schneid in the Series 11 Week 5 final to book a Champions Week appearance and to book his first appearance into a Champions Night. He had a very good campaign at Champions Week last time 58. Out. Was edged out on the Saturday But there was signs in that Group C campaign that the Hammer, despite being aged 58 years of age these days, was getting back to the type of form which saw him make World Championship finals 13 years ago.
Yeah, definitely. You know, to be fair, my prediction since Thursday, I've gone with the Hammer because I just think he's come into some really good form. He was playing well.
134.
You know, he was the only one, you know, to get anywhere near Jürgen and obviously in Group B, and narrowly missed a 9-dart as well.
So just to dot the I's and cross the T's, as the Hammer fans watch on, and watch on intently. If he wins, then he is through to the semi-finals alongside Danny Ayres. Henry Coates can guarantee qualification with a 4-2 victory or better, a 4-3 win, and the only way he can be eliminated is if there is a 9-dart shootout, which we haven't seen for a while. Haven't seen in the main series since Champions Week at the end of Series 9. Did see it at the International Pairs, the first edition of the International Pairs, where we had 6 players on the stage at the same time.
66.
Yeah, I know I obviously brought up at the beginning of the show, but it'd be interesting to see how Henry
98.
deals with a very methodical Andy. Because, you know, he's every time I've ever commentated on one of Henry's games, he's only ever played fast players. Or very quicker than average, should we say.
Well, that Rising Stars week, the pace was that quick that we did the afternoon session in Group C and still got off air in time for the lunchtime special.
137. And Ricardo 144.
We didn't even have time to fill it up with the tungsten teaser.
Whereas Henry Coates going to tease us with a big finish to kick things off, not on this
84.
occasion. And so
Andy O'Carr 36.
Andy here, threatening the breaks, got 3 in hand at double 18 to do exactly that.
Getting shown the first leg.
It only needs the 1 dart. Finds the break, leads 1-0.
Second leg Andy to through first.
And here's the type of player on a night like tonight, because when you look at the rest of the field, you've got a lot of players that, in the case of Danny Ayres, Johnny van der Velde, Henry Coates, relatively inexperienced. He can use what he has built up over
60.
a number of years as potentially a 4th dart tonight and use it to his advantage to the hilt.
Yeah, 100%.
100.
Couldn't agree with you any further. You know, to be fair, the same could be same for Dave Pallett. You know, 20 years ago he was playing Fringdon Youth. You know, so that's how long Dave has been playing his level of darts. So yeah, I think Dave used that in his advantage in his campaign in Group C, and that's why he was top of the board.
To show the difference in terms of generations with these 2 players, when Andy Hamilton made it through to the World Championship
55.
final back in 2012, Henry Coates had just begun primary school.
Were you 2 in the same year?
I was in year 7 when Andy made the final.
96.
So was that 2011?
2011, 12, wasn't it?
That would have made me 19. So that was the World Championships
85.
before I went to Q School for the first time.
But you're not 19 forever, and you pulled yourself together, Keegan, didn't you? Because you picked up that World Youth Championship crown and some other glories along the way.
Yeah, I did all right. I'm still doing all right.
99.
Although, I'm not sure you're going to be at the top of Jimmy Van Schie's Christmas card list this year.
I was the only person, well, I say the only person,
94. Andy
to think about it. You know, with Jimmy, he's Dutch. He had 80% of the crowd that evening. And he lived across the water.
Yeah, but you're from the Isle of Wight, aren't you? So you're never going to get the crowd. Not in Portsmouth. You would have more support if you're from Southampton anyway.
132. And Ricardo 167.
167 for Coates. It was a ton in his first game that got him on the board and got him going. Is it going to be a 167 here? Not this time. And just like in the previous leg, Hamilton's left himself in situ after
99.
5
And
visits
Ricardo
to the board.
16.
Proficiently going about his business so far.
It's a brilliant marker there for Rand.
Game shown on the second leg.
Six visit legs are doing the job at this present moment in time. 2-0 Hamilton.
Game on.
2 legs away from the semi-finals. 2 legs away from sending Henry Coates home.
100.
I'm sending him back to Matlock. And my word, would there be an investigation?
$87.
Well, we've seen some of the stars of the Rising Stars over the course of the last few weeks. Henry Coates winning that competition.
57.
We saw Nathan Potter last week make it through to the final, losing out to Neil Duff. We're going to see a couple of them in action again next week when we see series champion this year, Jensen Walker and Charlie Manby, for whom I'm going to tell you now,
40.
This will be the last time we see him here, apart from if he gets through to Champions Week, because I think we are not going to see him here next year. I think he goes on the tour and we don't see him again for a long, long time as Henry Coates piles in a max.
Yeah, it's one of them weird situations, isn't it, where, you know, the way that Charlie is playing at the moment, and don't get me wrong, he was absolutely phenomenal, wasn't he, in that Rising Stars week, and it's always hard because I feel like it's great darts there for Mandy to reply, but I feel nowadays people put too much pressure in a good way on young shoulders, if that makes sense, because you know, people don't realise, oh, they're going to get a tour card. But people that have never gone to QSOL don't realise how hard it is to get a tour card, if that makes sense.
Well, Glenn Durrant went there as a BDO World Champion, had to survive match starts to get a tour card. Darryl Pilgrim, great player here, took him a few attempts, took him a few cracks.
134.
Wesley Plaisir needed
64.
a Challenge Tour year of success to get his tour card, as Coates looks at 64 to reduce the gap back down to 2-1. Not to be.
And your car 60.
So Andy, 60 to go, 3-0 up with a 14 darter. Maybe looking for a big fat 20. There's the big 20, so it's double top.
40. And your car 32.
Well, opportunity has presented itself for Henry Coates. Free-handed
Each
double
on the
60,
third leg.
only needs the
Henry
one to
Coates.
reduce the gap to 2-1.
You know, they're the sort of chances
Both
you
like
can't
Andy
give
did
this
first.
young man.
Game on.
Just stems the tide a little bit, because there was a real threat that Andy Hamilton was beginning to run riot in this game. Coates has given him something to think about.
60.
Posing finally 1 or 2 questions. But the problem has been for Henry that first dart. There's been a few that's dropped
57.
low, there's been a few that's dropped wide. Hasn't been able to really get anything going, getting anything flowing so far.
And he's just making some adjustments. I don't know if it was the stem or a flight that's broke. It looks like it was a flight.
Or as they say around these parts, floit.
$140.
You know, as a dart player, there's nothing better when you've had to make some sort of adjustment to the equipment, if it's a stem or a flight, and
119.
you know, to be able to go up 140 or anything above a ton, it always makes you feel reassured that there was something wrong with the flight or the stem. You know, like we saw with Reece Robinson, didn't he? Snapped the point off his first game.
100.
And then I felt like he just couldn't recover for the rest of the day.
And part of dealing with this format is dealing with adversity, because there's not a format anywhere else in the sport where you deal with
134.
so many games in such a short space of time. And you know how helter-skelterish this sport can be at the best of times, let alone when you pile so much into such a small program.
119.
You know, that's so true, that is. And at the same time, it's a very rewarding program.
And Andy Hamilton's beginning to make
94.
this format somewhat his own.
82.
Looking at 82 here to open up a 3-1 lead.
So looking at probably the bullseye, and he does smack bang. So it's double 16 to go 3-1 up. Solid 15 dart, and that's the roll we expect from Andy Hamilton.
Well, he said earlier on tonight that playing in front of a crowd brings him an extra dimension, and we are seeing an extra dimension here from Andy Hamilton.
55.
Average just under the 95 mark, 3 from 7 in terms of his doubling. And he, at the beginning of the night, stated that that's been his big problem, his big downfall this week. His scoring's been efficient, but his doubling has left a lot to be desired, just 26% over the course of the week. In terms of his scoring, there's been no difference really in terms of what he's done annually in comparison to what he's done this week. His 12-month stats, 86.19. His stats for the week, 87.08 in terms of average. But 10 percentage points down in terms of his doubling figures this year in comparison to the 2025 season.
All you care about as long as he keeps winning.
77.
And that is what he's doing.
Well, the irony is that he's had more ton plus checkouts than everybody else tonight apart from Jurgen van der Velde.
135.
So he's got things when they've counted. 4 ton plus checkouts this week, the highest of which the 127 and game, which was made famous by the man officiating tonight.
The Hinkster, Paul Hinks. So what, obviously, well, he wasn't obviously with us for the last couple of days. Me and young Sam, we've nicknamed a new dance move. It's called the Hinks. What do you call it?
140.
Can't.
And your car 150.
It was the Hink shuffle. So when he shuffles, obviously, we're like, do you know what? That is the Hink shuffle.
Well, it is appropriate because tonight is the night where Strictly Come Dancing has returned to the TV screens, but it's all about the Strictly Come Dancing here. And strictly speaking, Henry Coates has to take this 71 out to stand any kind of chance of carrying on tonight. 1 left at double 10. Could be the last dart he throws.
61.
Pulls it inside.
85.
And from here, Andy Hamilton should at least get a dart at the bullseye to win this contest.
Yes, definitely. He'd be looking at 45 for tops. So it'd be 20 for the ball. Here we go. It's 1 dart at the ball. How many times has he hit this in his career?
46.
But that goes wide and to the left.
10.
Coates given a reprieve. It's double 1.
No score.
And that could be the end of his night.
Sandy at 39. Should be looking at 7 for double 16. And yeah, so it's 2 16s to wrap up a 4-1 victory. Should be a good guide. And he does so.
Andy Hamilton.
It was the perfect guide, and it's the perfect start. But for Henry Coates, it has been a disastrous evening. The Rising Stars winner isn't going to make his mark in Super Series 12. But Andy Hamilton's quest for a hat-trick has got off to a perfect start. A 4-1 victory over Henry Coates, an average of 92 and change. He beats the youngster by 4 legs to 1. Coming up next, Gary Stone takes on David Pallett.
Well, this is what happened before the break. Andy Hamilton took out this 82 finish to lead Henry Coates 3-1 en route to a victory that saw the hammer come down on Henry Coates' night. The rising star will not be picking up a weekly win. He is eliminated after defeats to Danny Ayres and Andy Hamilton, and therefore Ayres and Hamilton are through from Group 1 and will play off to see who tops the table in that group. Now Gary Stone returns for his second outing of the evening. He takes on David Pallett, who spoke to Henry Deacon earlier on tonight.
David, great to see you play some great darts again, and I suppose for you it must be great to see you putting in the type of performances that we've seen you throw throughout the years.
Yeah, definitely. I'd like to obviously play a bit better, who wouldn't? But no, the main thing is winning and playing okay, and I feel like I'm doing that in some of the parts.
Was this week the best performance in terms of a group that we've seen from you here at the Super Series?
Maybe. I'm not entirely sure on the stats or anything like that. I've felt certainly better coming down here. I felt more prepared coming down here, but yeah, the performances seem to go okay, so I'm certainly not going to complain about it.
3-ton plus averages en route, so it's very much in a place where 6 months ago this would completely compare and contrast, wasn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, 6 months ago I was nowhere near it, but recently I've been putting in the practice. Maybe not this last couple of weeks, but yeah, recently I've been putting in a lot of hard work, a lot of finishing, a lot of power scoring, and yeah, it seems to be paying off.
You've been getting closer and closer here at the Super Series. You made a couple of finals a couple of years ago. Is the belief there now you can go and win one of these again now? Yeah,
it's got to be at the end of the day. I'm playing, some brilliant stuff, and I've just got to do it at the right times. There's a lot of brilliant players always down here every week. This week's no different. The lineup tonight is fantastic. So, it's all about the timing at the end of the day. I can put in a ton plus when I don't need to, and when I need to, it might not be as good. But yeah, if I get the timing right, it's going to be my night.
What would winning one of these mean to David Pallett?
Yeah, it's a fantastic tournament. I play in the same Super League as Jensen, and he's a series champion. So yeah, I've got to try and get one back up on him and at least win a week.
Bragging rights.
Yeah, definitely.
Wish you all the very best, David. Good luck out there.
Fantastic. Cheers, Henry.
Gets the treble 16. Double 14, and that was very nicely done. He's 2/3 of the way there. Double 12 for a 144, David Pallett. That is peak Pallett. Once again now looking at 2 16s and gets 2 16s.
Well, over the course of the group stages this week, David Pallett has been statistically the best player, and therefore the bookmakers installed him as the favourite to lift the Super Series Weekly Winners' Trophy at the end of the night. As for his opponent, this could be the end of the night. Gary Stone needs to get victory in this one. If he wins it 4-0, he will guarantee qualification with the 44-year-old Scotsman. 4-1, and the only way he could be eliminated would be a 9-dart shootout. But any defeat, and it's the end of the road for Stone, which of course means a victory for David Pallett. He would go through, and he would take Jurjen van der Velde with him. Guiding you through the action is Henry Deacon and Keegan Brown.
Thank you very much, Chris. So, game 4 of the evening, and by the end of it, we may well know the 4 semi-finalists a little bit later on this evening. And for David Pallett, well, he's a player that's been knocking on the door of Weekly Glory. Maybe not for a while, but when this concept began back in the summer of 2022, he made 2 finals in the very first series, one in the previous setup in Southampton and then one in this venue in Portsmouth. Then he had a couple of years where he had his troubles on the hockey, but now very much back to his glittering 99. Best. And back once again as a perennial contender to win one of these weeks up against Gary Stone, who once again finds himself in a unpalatable position.
Yeah, and to be fair, you have to feel sorry for Gary in that first match. He didn't do a lot wrong, did he? He had to take a 13-darter, hold a throw, just to get a peg on the board. And, he had obviously 100% on the checkouts, and he actually had a higher average than his opponent at 93.99.
100.
Found himself chasing right from the get-go. But he has the throw in this one, and so can set the impetus in this contest. However, 140 here for Pallett would leave him first to a finish in this opening leg. 180 leaves himself favourite to win this opening leg. And all of a sudden, Gary Stone is being put under the pump right from the very first leg. Right from the very first throws. Is the little fish going to go?
Come on, little fishy.
And there is the little fishy in the darty dishy. And Pallett goes one up.
First. Game on.
Pallett back in it again. You see a smile there from Gary. He's just thinking,
97.
What do I have to do this evening? What do I have to do?
The bullseye that was hit there is the 79th that's been hit on that target all week long. Not necessarily to finish off a leg, but there's been hit altogether. The middle of the diddle has been solving a lot of riddles so far in week 4.
You've counted every single one.
I haven't. We've just got very good statisticians around here.
The statisticians that Henry takes credit for sometimes.
100.
Yep, and the statisticians that definitely use AI. Well, Pallett here, having taken the first leg, with 12 darts, it should be mentioned as well, is really beginning to get a stranglehold of this contest. Gary leaves himself on 161, but David will still feel like he's got 6 on this 2-1-1.
$56. Got a car 161. $90. David Carr, 155.
Good answer from Gary to leave 71, but Dave 155, looking at treble 19 to kick it off. So looking at treble 20s now, maybe 16s.
55.
I've actually got something right for a chat. I've got something right that Dave Pallett was going for. So Gary looking for tops, and he does. That's a really good 15-darter breaker throw.
A break back, one apiece. Now, Gary Stone said that one of the things he's looking to learn about and figure out more than anything else is his mental fortitude. How when things are going tough, that the tough can get going. Because he's been the first to admit at times that when things have become rather difficult, he hasn't been able to address the situation. Well, he may well be addressing a rather difficult situation quite well here, because David Pallett came out in a 12-darter of a 130 finish, and Gary Stone has responded to that setback perfectly so far.
And here we are, he's 4 darts in, 5 darts, could be 6.
125.
So it goes back to that thing about the bulbous barrel. Hitting the barrel and it goes into the, sadly it went into the 5, but otherwise, could have been for a 9. What's Dave Pallett got to come back with?
180.
Well, at the moment, both players are averaging bang on at 107.
140.
Well, this game may well be the lighting up of the blue touch paper, because things so far this evening, if the truth be told, have been a little bit flat. Well, there's been nothing flat about this game whatsoever.
105.
Fizzing like a shook-up bottle of pop right now.
So it's double tap for Gary.
Getting shot on the third leg.
Brilliant 11-darter there.
Fourth leg, David to throw first.
12, 15, 11, the winning leg so far in this game, and those are the averages.
An absolutely ridiculous standard there. But as a standard we're getting used to here at the Modus Super Series.
58.
Well, 2-3 years ago, you would say this would be a guaranteed Champions Week matchup, because both players were
97.
At the time, 2 of the very best who didn't have a card. And for one reason or another, things haven't quite gone their way over the last couple of years, but evidence that David Pallett's moving in the right direction. And Gary Stone's always going to be a player that's going to be there or thereabouts. Teeters around the brink of Lakeside qualification every year. Has qualified for the Global Championship again.
100.
Having won the Scottish title recently. Second year in succession he is qualified for that tournament. Lost out in the second pool phase in 2024. Also played at Lakeside 5 times. Also played that last year where he lost 3-2 to Paul Lim in the last 16 of that competition.
You know, it's ridiculous, isn't it? You know, we've had legs of 12, 15, 11. And if anybody's tuning in just seeing that, they would have thought, actually, that was your 3-dart average, Henry.
You've been looking at my Darts Atlas page, haven't you?
Not since the last time.
56.
Problem is, you're the only commentator I'm sat next to I can't give any flack to right now.
So Gary at
100.
Steady Tanner, but Dave first chance at the Barnevale at the 156. That's unlucky. Hoping to go for the 140 to Steve, double 8.
88.
Yeah, that's good darts there.
44.
Steve 68, but Gary want to put some pressure. That's good darts to leave.
128.
Double 8.
David Carr 68.
Steve here 68. You feel that this has to go for Dave. So what way is he going to go? He's going to go 20s or 12s, and he does. So it's double full to bring it back. That's a good guide.
Game shot of
And
the
he does.
Leg. David Pallett.
It also means that Gary Stone, if he wins this game, will still have to rely on a scoreline in the final game of the group. If Gary won 4-0, then he would have been guaranteed qualification. If he won it 4-1, the worst case scenario would have been a 9-dart shootout. But now it's gone 2-2. Even if he wins this game from this point onwards, he will be relying on a certain scoreline in the game between David Pallett and Jurgen van der Velde.
100.
Of course, if he loses this game, it would be absolutely irrelevant. Hamilton and Ayres would be a shootout for top spot in Group 1. Pallett and van der Velde will be a shootout for top spot in Group 2.
$131. 137. $120.
That's unlucky there from Dave. So carry it 2T1. You would think actually Gary's got a bit of an advantage here, because he should have an easier. Well, he's going to have an easier poke rather than the 150. So he's left 81. That's cracking darts. So Dave, what way is he going to go? So it's another 57 for 36, and it is. So it's 36 for 150 checkout. And he does so.
Gary Stone scarcely looked at that. Almost believed it was going to go as soon as the second treble 19 went in. And that is a stone cold stunner against Gary Stone for David Pallett. A second ton plus checkout of this game. And DP has applied the DP on Gary.
85.
And because David Pallett's got to 3, if Gary Stone completes the turnaround, he would need Jurgen van der Velde to beat David Pallett in the last game. Otherwise, he would be out.
128.
You know, obviously, when you was away, Henry, we've nicknamed the 22 treble 8 aims the Dave Pallett shot, because that's all he kept on hitting all the sessions in Group C. He does do it quite well.
Defeat here for the man from Larcourt will guarantee that he will win next to nothing.
That is very true. And
59.
Once again, what does Gary Stone have to do? You know, for a 94 in the first match, he's currently on 103. And he's losing.
Yeah, this has been game of the night bar none, and one of the best Saturday games we've seen so far in Series 12, and the curtain may well be coming down on it here. Pallett leaving himself on 56 after 12. Gary Stone is averaging 103, but it looks like his latest Super Series conquest is going to come to an end because David Pallett looks at double 10.
36.
He's missed 2 darts to send himself through.
It can pack up.
57. David Carr 20.
Qualification point for him and Jurjen van der Velde.
Getting
Double
shot
10
in the match,
sends David Pallett into the semi-finals, and for Gary Stone, that similar unpalatable feeling. He was eliminated in the group stage the last time he was here. He's been eliminated in the group stage once again tonight, despite averaging in excess of 101 in that contest. But it was those 2 ton plus checkouts, the 130 and the 150, which sent David Pallett on his way and through to the semi-finals. Coming up next, Andy Hamilton takes on Danny Ayres.
He will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
one dart.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit.
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And he Dart at double 16, gets the job done there for Jurjen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Kaplas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He is 2 darts away
Jeff requires 86.
from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs 1 more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Vansky do the same? Just needs the 1 treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101.
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.
Game. Go. And the Modus Super Series 11 champion, Jeff Smith.
Welcome back to Finals Night Live here at the Modus Super Series, and we now know the identity of all 4 semi-finalists. The 4 players that are left to play, in fact, in the group stages are the 4 that are through, and they will be playing in their respective groups to be top of that group, and as a result, get the throw in the semi-finals. Andy Hamilton and Danny Ayres are both through from Group 1, and that pair are on the stage, ready to play that decisive darting duel. So we know which 4 are going through, but in which order, who will get the advantage? The next couple of games will determine that, and guiding you through them, it is back to Keegan Brown and Henry Deacon.
Thanks, Murph. And so Andy Hamilton, one step closer towards a 3rd weekly win here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, up against Danny Ayres, who's looking to go one step better than his previous appearance, where he missed darts to win the week at the expense of Jess Smith. How the whole story of Series 11 could have had a completely different complexion to it. He said it took him a good week or so to get over that particular disappointment. Well, one thing the Super Series does provide is a chance to put things right. Well, Gary Stone, unfortunately for him, it's another campaign which has come to a rather premature climax.
Ladies and gentlemen, first leg, Andy to through first. Game on.
He will have to watch on from the crowd for the rest of the night onwards, as one of the crowd favourites, Andy Hamilton, gets this one underway. Looked in tidy nick in his opening game, average of 92 and change, doubling decent at 40%. Just did enough, didn't need to get the better of Henry Coates, whilst Danny Ayres had led Henry by 3 legs to 0. It looked so comfortable for so long for him.
96.
But Henry got back on his coattails, but Ayres would curtail him in that last leg eventually to win 4-3. What gives in this one, Keegs?
Wow, this is the thing at the moment. I think
92.
We're going to see a really good game from both players, because they're going to start relaxing, because they know they've done the hard work already. And, you know, sadly, young Henry's been eliminated this evening. What a great start there from Danny. First 180 in the first leg of this contest. But yeah, I think both players are just going to try to get some rhythm going before the semis. And like we alluded to earlier, this is the game where you want to win. So to make sure that you've got the throw. It's all about having the throw in that semi-final.
Well, effectively, these are 2 eliminator games
65.
of sorts. The winner will have the throw in the semi-finals. The loser will go against the throw in the semi-finals. It's a 7-leg bull-up, effectively.
'93. Daniel Carl
Well, to pick off a chirp with the last dart there, Andy, to leave himself on a 2-darter after 12. Forcing Danny Ayres here to take out the 160, and that's perfectly sat for a second to join. But the second dart just drops low, and so the hammer will come back. Looking at 96 to
96.
take the opening leg of the contest.
So here, treble 20. Stick in there. And he does, so it's double top for 1-0.
Game shown
And he
the
does.
first leg. Andy Hamilton.
Hammer time indeed.
Second leg, Danny to through first.
And putting
Game
his
on.
foot on the throttle is the hammer. He's not doing anything that stands out from the pack, but he's doing things efficiently enough, which is
55.
causing opponents all sorts of bother.
It's like, you know, it's like you were saying earlier, isn't it, Henry? He's using his experience. He's using his experience and absolutely hammering his opponent.
96.
For Danny, comes from a part of the world which has got some very good players at the minute. Won the Cheshire Open early on this year, winning darts just like that. And he said that that particular achievement was his proudest one because it was a title that he's eyed up for a number of years. Good pals with Bradley Brooks, a former weekly winner in this venue. And Andy Hamilton saying to Danny Ayres, anything he can do, I can do just as well.
I think that's one thing that, you know, as dart players, when we've got like our very own county opens that do happen usually once a year, it's always the one you want to win. You always want to win the one on your doorstep, don't you?
Bradley was giving him some support on social media this week. If you are tuning in tonight, Bradley, hope you're well, pal. Don't think we'll be seeing him anytime soon. In a good way, that is.
99.
So I don't think he's banned from the venue, is he?
We'd welcome him back with open arms if he wants to come back down on a Saturday night. Hamilton looking at 125. Treble 20 for tops. The irony about the situation is that 25 was a perfect guide for
45. Daniel Carr,
a couple of bullseyes to lodge in alongside.
You know, that's the tale of two darters, isn't it? Where, you know, I'm in the same vision of Andy. I go treble 20, but saying this, look at Danny, treble 13 there for double 12. He's recovered well to get a start, and he does.
He's shown the second leg, Danny Ayres.
A little bit of noise in the room for Danny Ayres as this game is squared up at one apiece. Has got family in the crowd, family and friends that have made the trip down from Crewe to support him this evening.
58.
Andy, a proud man of the potteries. Once upon a time,
85.
The capital of the darting world. Well, that's the Ayres clan. You think about some of the players that Stoke-on-Trent had around about 15 years ago. Andy, Adrian, Phil, of course, Ian White.
81.
It was a hustling and bustling part of the world. And Danny Ayres is doing some hustling and bustling here. His average right now, 109.73.
You know, I know we say this, how the standards improving week upon week here at the Modus, but you know, you have to feel sorry for Gary Stone, don't you? You know, he's had a running average of tonight of 97.70 and 100% record on the doubles. That is how hard these Saturday nights are.
That wasn't what you told me earlier.
99.
That was the after party.
Surprised you got onto the boat. Anyway, Danny Ayres for the breaker throw. Doesn't have to go for this double nine. Could split it. Well, he does split it in the end by going on the inside of that target.
So I'm surprised he did that. I'm, you know, thinking that Andy's back on 180. You know, that maybe that's just a inexperience of board management where, you know, Andy now 140 puts so much pressure on this nine.
Daniel Carr 9.
No, I would have, me personally, I would have gone for 2 to leave double 8. So it's double full to go 2-1 up, and he does so.
14 dart breaker throw for Danny Ayres to put himself 2-1 up in the contest and to put himself in charge of the contest. Averaging 105.5.
Game on.
Got to say, Keegan, we've seen some decent contests tonight. The first one between Danny and Henry was a little bit shaky, but from that point onwards, we have seen some real rippers.
140.
Got all Australian in there. It's a perfect dart there for Anne to fill it up. Lost the line a little bit there.
100.
Obviously, because you've been there since the start of things, you know, you must feel, Henry, that
140.
These Saturday nights are sort of Pro Tour standard.
The standard is up there of anything you see at times, and when you get to a Saturday, you're going to get the creme de la creme, by and large, make it through. And when you look at some of the players on show, Andy Hamilton, who
137.
is playing the best darts I think we've seen from him for about 3-4 years at this present moment in time. Danny Ayres is proving to be somebody that turns up here and just
85.
turns on the style. Jurjen van der Velde is a player that I very much expect to be back on tour next year. The way he's playing, the way he's applying himself, he's got all the attributes and all the ability right now to do that. And David Pallett is playing, again, some of the best darts we've seen from him in probably the best part of 3 years.
136.
And that's why it's such a good night here at darts. You know, the crowd in tonight definitely being treated to some wonderful darting action.
60. And your car 164.
Well, this would be the highlight moment of them all if Hamilton could take out this 164.
Hoping to set it up. Going back up the treble 20s. You know, I'm just going for
37. Daniel Carr 76.
He was going for the 25 with dart 2. Hit the single 13. Leaves himself on 127 if he gets a look. Because Danny Ayres looking at tops.
56.
But that's been his miss on that target. It's been lower the bed.
So Andy looking at 127 in game. So looking at treble 20. So treble 19. Should be
87.
That's a good dart.
Daniel
That,
Carr 20.
to leave tops. So Danny, he's got 3 perfect darts here to move 2 in front of Andy. Surely. Oh.
No score. Daniel Carr 40.
Well, they all kiss the wine. How this game could change. 3 darts missed to 3-1. Hamilton back for tots for a level match.
Game shown at
And he only needs the 1. And we are all square again. And they're believing again.
Fifth leg Andy to through first. Game on.
You can never write Andy Hamilton off.
He has a never give up mantra, the like of which
59.
most other players are envious of. And there has been a number of times in Andy's career where it could have been so easy for him to say, I've had a very good time of it, but I'm going to check
43.
out now. But through every single toil and trouble that he's been through, he has come out of it the other side. And you can argue that he's come out the other side of it stronger.
100%. 100% there. You know, I've been very fortunate to know Andy now for the best part of 15 years. But yeah, it's just that never die attitude, is it? He's just always there. He's always there. And he's just so methodical with his
60.
action, isn't he? It's the same, you know, we were saying this yesterday. You look at the people that have done so well at darts, your Steve Beatons, your James Wades, your Phil Taylors, and Andy Hamilton, what have they all got in common? The throw has remained the same.
82.
Over it, not just 1 or 2 years, over a 20-year period.
It's all about muscle memory, isn't it, this game?
140.
That's a good 140 there from Danny. Just that 140 puts a little bit of pressure on the hand. Is he going to stay there? So I'm surprised he didn't go for the 19s.
26.
Well, after giving this game the big build-up, this leg has just taken things off the boil somewhat.
I think this is the part of the
100.
The part of the game where both players know one mistake could cost them, and it's the cost them of having the throw in the semi-finals. That's perfect there for Andy. Might come across to the 18s.
100. Daniel Carr 158.
So Danny 158. Looking to now hoping to set it up.
92. Daniel Carr 134.
What way is And going to go?
It's not going to go, and Danny Ayres here has got a great opportunity to break the throw, open up a 3-2 lead, and then have the darts in the next to go on and win this match and go on to win this group. Double 12 is found. A break of throw is found. Danny Ayres is 3-2 to the good, and now throwing to win the group.
You feel with Danny, the catalyst started in that leg, well, the previous leg, is when he hit the 140, just to apply that little bit of pressure to hand. Yeah, one thing I've noticed about Danny tonight is that obviously when he walks back from the board,
26.
He puts his throwing hand back in his pocket. So I don't know if that's a routine, but hey, it's working for him. That's all that matters.
Well, he has got something in his pocket.
100.
Please, Henry, this is a family show.
Well, I'm going to explain what is in Danny's pocket. And it's to help with his grip. And it's a wax grip.
It's a wax grip?
Yeah, so he has a wax grip and basically puts his hand in his pocket. There's a little bit of a grip of his wax, and it just gets him going visit by visit.
Do you know what's so weird? Because 20 years ago, 25 years ago, wax was the thing for dart players. You know, it'd be like a sort of a Pringle shape wax in the pocket. You don't usually see players using wax anymore. They go for the more of the
61.
You know, like the weightlifter's grip, that sort of thing, or even chalk dust. But Danny, I'm looking at taking it out. So another treble 20, relief 24.
97.
So he knows he would have at least 6 darts when he returns for the 64.
Well, from 2-2, it's been a severe drop-off for Andy Hamilton. Danny Ayres has been able to at least keep his level, averaging 97.5 and on the cusp of victory. Double top. 2 10s. Doesn't want to come inside here. He's not going to go inside. He's going to find the double 10, and he's going to win 2 from 2. And he's going to top Group 1. He made the final last time he was here, and he is back into the final 4 on this occasion. And he's going to have the advantage of throw in the first semi-final. Andy Hamilton is going to have to go again. He's going to throw second against the winner of David Pallett and Jurjen van der Velde. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
What a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velde. Time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velde. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
You know, if ever people do recognise me as a dart player, it's, oh, you're the one who didn't go for the 170. Yeah, I've done other stuff as well.
Yeah, not the UK Open semi-final, not
Yeah.
Ali Pally win. Yeah,
No.
just that bit.
Then a couple of weeks later, I was back to square one again. I was really struggling. Try not to wind your opponent up, I think. Yeah, I think I wound Adrian up a bit too much on that one. But yeah, the main aim is obviously go back to Q School, try and get the card, and start working my way back up the rankings where I think I belong.
Always entertaining on the hockey, and he was pretty entertaining off it as well. David Pallett in conversation with his good friend and our very own Sam Mulliner in a tungsten talk that is coming soon to Pluto TV. But right now, he is trying to take care of business on the dartboard. He's got a match up here with Jurjen van der Velde. Both players already through from Group 2. The winner of this match will win the group and will have the advantage of throwing first in a semi-final against Andy Hamilton. Guiding you through the action once again, Keegan Brown and Henry Deacon.
Thanks, Chris. Final game of the group stages before we get to the knockout stuff. For Jurjen van der Velde, a man who's been here, done it, won it before, up against David Pallett, a once upon a time nearly man here who is looking to cross the Champions Week threshold for the first time come the end of play this evening. They're both safe in the knowledge that they're into the semi-finals. The winner of this game will have Andy Hamilton on their hands in semi-final number 2. Usually in sport we talk about winner stays on. Well, it will be loser stays on because the player who is defeated here will be against the darts in the first semi-final against Danny Ayres.
We said we're going to be treated to a fantastic night at darts at the top of the show, and guess what? It's been delivered,
58.
and it's been delivered very well. So yeah, I think this will be the same sort of contest we just saw in the previous, where both players know not time to relax too much, but it's the pressure's off by trying to win, should we say? So yeah, obviously trying to win to gain the throw for the semi-finals is always critical because when you think about it, you're fine to get the throw to play Andy Hamilton, or you're going to lose the throw to Danny. So it's a double-ended sword, in my opinion.
Well, the lowest average of the night is a winning average. The lowest average, 82.59 from Danny Ayres in that 4-3 win over Henry Coates in the opening game of the night. And of the 10 averages recorded so far this evening, 6 of them are at least above the 90 mark. Just telling you that the sort of standard that the players are playing at so far this evening in these short races.
129.
And that 129 for David leaves himself on 58 after 12. If he found the trail, but he would have found himself on tops.
And you know what? Our spotters have done research, haven't they? When obviously
58.
Dave left to 67, most people will go something different, but Dave trebled 9 and our spotter was right on it.
He does things his way.
38.
Usually his way works, but a couple of darts at tops and tens have gone a begging to win this opening leg, just presenting a chance to Van der Velde here, who can't find the 154. And so Pallett will return 3 in hand, at 2 tens to go 1-0 to the good.
So you feel Dave should be going 1-0 up. And he does.
Being sure the
Solid
first leg,
17
David Pallett.
darter, hold a throw.
So David Pallett,
Second leg,
1-0
to
to
throw
the good.
first. Game on.
A break chance for Julian van der Velde has come and gone. He's going to have to find one if he's going to win this
137.
contest and win the group. Pallett, a player that if he switches, he's
92.
not going to head down the board. Very much a old school player in the respect that if something doesn't go to plan on the 20s, he'll just move across to his right and to the treble 18. Whilst Julian van der Velde has found 2 perfect cover shots on the 19s.
Let's get a reply there from Dave. So this young man on T30 looking to set it up, and he's going to rise. So it'll be interesting to see if he stays there or goes on 25s of the balls. Will he stay there for the 130? So Dave now, he knows that he has to start on the 19s. Of course he would. So it's surely 19s now, Dave.
137.
That's good darts.
130.
Bit of pressure on this 130. What fantastic that. It's going to stay there again. So it's the bullseye to make it 1-1 for the little fishy. And he does!
Second leg. Julian van der Velde.
Well, he's had 2 170 finishes this week. He can now add the 130. David Pallett being hoisted by his own petard. He found the 130 against Gary Stone, and Julian van der Velde said, anything you can do, I can do just as well. And importantly, for van der Velde, he is back on terms. Still has to find an elusive break at some point, though, if he's going to win this contest. But that's a good way to get leg 3 against the dart started.
$128.
Dave does what he does best, and that is hitting that treble 18. It always gives you great confidence when you know you can switch from the 20s and hit the majority of your darts at different treble. That's when you know you're playing well.
Julian's just beginning to lock in here. Players have got reads and tells, haven't they? And
128.
one of Julian's reads is the fact that when those eyes are locked in, he's locked in. He says as he gets distracted on 268.
Once again, a commentator's curse strikes at the Modus Super Series. Looking at treble 20 to leave 178. We could have a little fishy and a big fishy.
Well, Pallett looking to render that irrelevant, but he's unable to find the 146. He's going to leave himself in a decent position here. Now, only one player has ever hit 3 170s in the same week, that player being Jared Cole, but Julian van der Velde can join him in that club if he's able to pin the biggest fish of them all there. And so Pallett leaving himself on 41 after 12 and looking to go 2-1 to the good, averaging 105 here.
So David, 14 data, 32.
25.
It's miscounted.
Your car 70.
I actually thought at one stage he was going 8888.
Well, I don't know what's happened there, but he must have thought he had 25 there, because it looked like, actually, to all intents and purposes, that first shot was just a very badly thrown dart. And he's going to be punished to the hilt because Julian van der Velde's found the break that he needed. A miscalculation from Pallett has been punished to the hilt. And it is the young Dutchman who leads this game by 2 legs to 1.
It'd be interesting to see how Pallett plays in this leg.
134.
Because something like that can play in the mind of the dart player. So he's totally forgot about it.
167.
He's making up for the 3 167s.
Now, yesterday, he nearly did something spectacular.
96.
If he pulls this off, I'm not trying to clickbait here. it would be the greatest leg you'll ever see. Another bullseye for another 167. It was almost on.
At least he could have gone for it.
However, I'm going to be the cynical one here. What is Jurjen van der Velde thinking in this particular situation?
Well, it's different because if it was me and Dave was doing that against me, I'd be thinking, right, I'm going to show you how to hit that. I'll be more determined than ever.
105.
I think he might go into like Lock Eyes 2.0.
Well, this would be incredible.
145. David Carr 87.
The bullseye was begging, but he was unable to get. And that would have been a show up to the showman.
So it's double 18. 2 9s.
78.
Kiss that inside wire. It's double 8 for 3-1. This is very awkward.
9.
Well, he was looking to get the kick off a dart 2. He got it, but not in the right direction.
So it's double 4 here for Dave to bring us back level.
Game shot on the 4th leg, David Pallett.
Well, this has been some game so far. Both players averaging 101.
First. Game on.
Pallett won the first leg scrappily in 17 darts. And then from that point onwards, 12, 15, 14 have been the number of darts required to have won the 3 legs thereafter. And we're back on level terms at 2-2. Crucially, Pallett's got the break back. We return to throw in this game.
139.
Now, David Pallett is somebody who plays the game in the absolute utmost spirit. But I can't help but think if you're Jurjen van der Velde, you're beginning to think you're taking the mickey here,
93.
pal.
Yes, definitely.
Because I can tell you now, there's 1 or 2 players that would see that and would see it completely differently to the way that Jurjen's interpreting it. Imagine doing this against a Kevin Painter, for example.
Or Merv King. We would be getting a lot of really looks 58. At this point during the game.
$140.
However, Pallett here is just carrying on. Leaving himself on 1-2-4 after 9 to open up a 3-2 lead, averaging just under 105 in this game. It's been a very good performance. Does he go for the ball? Look at the smirk on his face. He's a man that on the European Tour once upon a time hit 2 treble 20s en route to a 170 finish. He gave it the big licks to the crowd and then plonked one in the single 18. He's going to be forced to take out this double 16.
He's going to have to. It's a good marker. Comes inside the dart. And he does.
On the 5th leg, David Pallett.
What a game. That's another 14 darts. A back-to-back 14 dart leg to David Pallett. 3-2 to the good. Averaging 102.48.
46.
Final game of the group stages.
43.
We'll have a short break after this where Keegan Brown will be giving his thoughts to Chris Murphy in the studio before we get the 2 semi-finals underway.
140.
Danny Ayres against the loser of this contest, and the winner of this contest will take on Andy Hamilton. And then the final to see who will join
140.
This is Wilkinson, Brown and Duff at Champions Week come the end of November. And the Super Series is very much like that Green Day track, because it really does feel like this series is going to wake up as September ends.
Say it is October next week.
81.
And what a week we've got next week. Charlie Manby, Jensen Walker, Scott Taylor, Conan Whitehead, Steve Beaton.
93.
What a week. What a week.
And what a game this has been. And it looks like we may well get the perhaps fitting crescendo leg to it. And the Velde looking at 82 to take us the distance. He's going to give himself one dart at double top.
62.
And one dart missed to take us the distance. And so Pallett now looking for a showman shot. Another one of them. Not to be. And so Van der Velde will get 3 more to level up.
$120.
It's a good dart there from Dave. Here we go. Darts to make it. And he does. It's a 16 dart. To make sure this goes to the last leg.
Game on.
So Pallett that. He's going to try to use all his experience to get across the line to enforce to make sure he cements his throw first for the semi-finals.
140.
That's a great start.
It's a 501 point bull off. Winner of this will throw first against Andrew Hamilton
93.
in the second semi-final. The loser will be back on stage in 10 minutes' time to take on Danny Ayres, where they would need to find a break at some point in the contest.
100.
And David Pallett on throw in this deciding leg, doing everything right. 140 followed by a tunt. Forcing the issue of Van der Velde, who is sneaking up behind him. Well, I don't know why anybody would want to take their eyes off this last leg.
$44. David Carr,
Been an
131.
enthralling contest from first dart up until the last. Pallett's in control of this deciding leg, 6-on-1-3-1. But Van der Velde with a couple of trebles will just keep things interesting. 99. He's going to have to fill it up here, you feel.
Definitely. He knows he has to. He's looking now at the 18s. So Dave now knows. He now knows he's got 6 darts to make sure he throws first. It's double 16 for the match for Dave Pallett. See, I thought he should have gone. I think he should have gone to the right-hand side for that second dart.
No score.
Well, no matter what he tried, he was unable to execute. 3 match darts come and go for David Pallett, but luckily for him, he's got the safety net of 3 more. Because Jurgen van der Velde's poorest scoring leg has come in the decisive leg of this contest.
32.
And so David Pallett's got 3 more at 32 to complete a 4-3 win, and it's a clean sweep of Group 2 for David Pallett. He's into the semi-finals, and he will take on Andy Hamilton in the final 4. Just having a conversation about some of the key moments in that game with the referee Paul Higgs, and what a game it was. An average in excess of a ton for David Pallett, despite missing 11 darts and a double. He beats Jurgen van der Velde by 4 legs to 3. Reaction and analysis from Keegan Brown and Chris Murphy in the Pluto TV studio after the break.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last two darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage, approaching the Yoki with a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires 79.
This is it. It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
Charlie
Threw the entire body into that one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where it is finals night and the group stages have been completed with some really good games, actually. And we knew after the first four which players were through to the semi-finals. Danny Ayres, Jurjen van der Velde, Andy Hamilton and David Pallett all did enough in their first early games to get rid of Gary Stone and Henry Coates. And then Ayres beating Hamilton and Pallett beating van der Velde means that those two players will have the benefit of throwing first in the semi-finals. Ayres taking on Jurjen van der Velde in the first one. Pallett will take on Andy Hamilton in the second. Keegan Brown's alongside me, and he's watched and commentated on all of the games so far. And we'll start with Danny Ayres, because we said at the top of the show that maybe he has shown he's got what it takes to go a little bit further, and he's continued to show that tonight, hasn't he?
Yeah, definitely. I felt a bit worried after the first game because he's had the couple of days just to chill out from the Modus. Obviously, yeah, he came back absolutely fantastic against Hamilton, and to think they had a high 90 average, from the first game, easily put on 16 points, and it's a game that he could have lost to Henry quite easily.
And these games that we just saw, I mean, they could be the final over those fixtures. Yeah. So does that give him a little boost as well in case he does play Andy Hamilton again in the final?
Of course it does. Any sort of psychological advantage you can get over your opponent is always a bonus, let's be honest. And because obviously the last time you would have beaten him was about an hour before you were going to play him in the final. So yeah, anything you can get over your opponent in this type of format is always definitely up there for an advantage.
You touched on that first game as well. Did you think that it was going to be another turnaround win for Henry Coates when he roared back from 3-0, just like he did in the Rising Stars final?
Yeah, definitely. Me and Henry nicknamed him the comeback kid, didn't we? But yeah, that's the sort of experience where I think Henry's missing in his game, where he's a bit frustrated, and Danny just took out this 20, didn't he, just to get the win across the line as such. But yeah, full credit to Danny, and he made a very good game against Andy, when Andy started throwing 15 darts against him. But yeah, I think this night's turned out better than what I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, and it could have turned out very differently had that game ended the opposite way. But it meant Andy Hamilton only needed to beat Henry Coates when he took to the stage, and he duly did that. This moment here got him a grip on the game, and he went on to win it quite comfortably.
Yeah, definitely. I think Andy was using the experience, and I touched on it at the beginning of the programme. I wasn't too sure how Henry would have, it could have been the first time he's played at Andy, and how would he adapt with the methodical Andy, if that makes sense. And and I think Andy obviously played as well. He played really well to get over the line there.
Yeah, it certainly did. Let's talk about the other group then, David Pallett. Well, he's been up to a few tricks tonight, hasn't he? He's got the job done, but he's certainly been that maverick dart player that we've come to expect.
Yeah, definitely. To be fair, when he started going for the 167s and almost hitting the second one, it was brilliant. But obviously him here taking out the little fishy, as we nicknamed it in the comms, yeah, it's perfect. Gary knows that. Unfortunately, tonight wasn't his night, and to be fair to Gary, he didn't do a lot wrong, did he?
Yeah, some brilliant bullseye finishers along the way. Then a fantastic 150 where he takes out double 18. Of course, later on in the evening, he would try something what would have been even more special than the something special that we nearly saw earlier in the week.
Yeah.
David Pallett with his 9 dart attempts, he's finding weird and wonderful ways, isn't he?
And he keeps trying to almost halfway through, wasn't he? I just thought, no, surely not, especially after the miscount. Nearly proved me wrong.
Yeah, would have been 3 167s. He got 5 darts into
5
that,
darts.
which I think is probably about as close as anyone else has ever been. Look, Jurjen van der Velde, he's not that type of player.
No.
He's very business-like, and he takes care of business when he's here.
Yeah, he does that, and just look at him there. Take out another little fishy tonight, and yeah, absolutely fantastic from the young Dutchman. And credit where credit's due, he almost missed his third 170 against Dave when Dave had the chance to hit the 9 dart.
Out of them, who's impressed you the most?
It's a mixture. It's an absolute mixture. I think everybody's bringing something different to the table. And at the beginning of the night, I thought, right, one person I thought was going to win, and now it's a toss-up.
The player we haven't mentioned, Gary Stone. Again, it's another Saturday night where he heads home and thinks, when's it going to change for me?
Exactly.
What does he need to do?
No, he didn't do nothing wrong, did he? He came in, played 2 games, averaged nearly 98, 100% on the doubles. What does he have to do? Do you know what I mean? But that just proves you how strong the field is this Saturday, or any Saturday here at Modus.
Absolutely. Let's just remind you then of the semi-finals tonight. They are going to get underway very, very shortly indeed. Danny Ayres in the first one has the darts against the Dutchman Jurjen van der Velde, and David Pallett takes on Andy Hamilton. That's got a real ring to a match from about 10 years ago at the top level, hasn't it? Pallett against Hamilton, and Ayres and van der Velde, 2 emerging talents. So a real contrast in sort of status in those semi-finals. But what are you expecting for the rest of the evening?
Oh, absolutely fantastic darts. One of these, whether semi-final you look at, the first one's going to be the players with less experience, and the second final is going to be players with more experience.
Let's go through them game by game then. Ayres and van der Velde. I mean, van der Velde does have that experience, of course, of crossing the line here and getting through to Champions Week. Could that be the difference, or do you just get the sense that Ayres is ready?
I think Ayres is ready for it. The way that he played, the difference between the game from the first game to the second game was phenomenal. That's not take any credit away from Danny whatsoever. So I think it's just going to be a proper rat-tat-tat game of darts.
And I could almost ask you the same question for this one, because yes, both players have had careers in the PDC, in Pallett and Hamilton. Obviously, yeah. Andy with much more experience, much more success, but even recent experience, he's done it in the last series. Is that going to be the difference?
I think it could be. And to be fair, like Dave was talking about earlier, that he's coming back in, he's now practicing a lot more. That could take the edge off. Like we said, to be that confident to start going 167s at the beginning of the match, confidence is high.
The bookies had David Pallett as a favourite before a dart was thrown tonight. Who would be your favourite as we sit here now?
I really don't know. It's just everybody's brought something different to the table in every match, and it's usually I'm very opinionated. I say, right, such and such is going to be good. I honestly don't know.
Can I push you for a prediction of the final at least? Who we're going to get in the final?
No.
Can I push you for a prediction of anything? Just tell me one thing that's going to happen tonight.
I'm going to be commentating. That's about it.
Well, there we go. Some things are certain. Yeah, we have seen some fantastic darts tonight. I'm going to predict that we'll see plenty more big finishes, big moments. And it's not just been tonight. The whole week has been full of spectacular stuff.
Doesn't even have to go for it if he doesn't want to. Doesn't even have to go for this ball. But why not go and reel it in anyway?
Van der Velde. No, he's done it once today. Can he do it again? The bullseye. For his second one, maximum checkout of the day.
Well, he's had next to no chances in this game against a man averaging 106, but he's going to get a look at the ball. This would be so typically Reece Robinson. From nowhere to a 1-6-7 finish.
Robinson.
And that is why he is Mr. Must-See.
That's first dibs on a potential outshot. Oh, we need the ball. 1-6-7. Take a bow, Jamal Vanden Herrick.
Shots on. Double 18 is required. Bullseye.
Game
Oh, what a
shot
shot
on
there
the
from
big
Vanden Herrick.
leg,
The
Jamal
164
Vanden
check out.
Surely not from there. Surely not from there. Oh, my word, what a dart that is. Paul Hinks may have to duck out the way if he goes any further across. Surely not. Van der Velde. Oh, my gosh. Box office.
Race it for the go. Big 20, 2 balls.
I was going 3 tops. There's 2 of them. One more. Oh, Reece Robinson.
What way? 3 balls.
There's 1. Oh, he switched. It's on for a 9. David Pallett. Oh,
The spotter's nightmare.
he sinks to his knees.
Well, there aren't many ways to top what we've seen already this week, but we've got 3 matches to try and do that. So settle in, sit back and get ready for the semi-finals and final of week 4 of Series 12. The first of them about to get underway.
210 doesn't want to come inside here. He's not going to go inside. Well, that was a really good display from Jurjen van der Velde.
Here we go then, it is time for the semi-finals to begin, and in the opening encounter of the 2, we've got this meeting between the Dutchman Jurjen van der Velde and Danny Ayres, both players that are kind of fresh-faced and ready to just showcase that raw talent. Ayres looking to go one better than what he did in the previous series when he was runner-up in his week. Van der Velde, well, he went all the way. Only one of them can make the final, though. And talking you through this match, which will determine which one, it's back to our top 2. Keegan Brown has rejoined Henry Deacon.
Thanks, Murph. And so we can throw the abacus out the window. The permutations are out the way. It is straight knockout from here on in. 4 players looking to book a Champions Week appearance. Danny Ayres looking to do so for the first time. Van der Velde looking to do so on back-to-back occasions. Andy Hamilton for a 3rd time. And David Pallett looking to cross the finishing line for the first time in his Super Series career. Danny Ayres, the 36-year-old from Crewe, runner-up last time he was here up against Jurjen van der Velde, the 22-year-old who didn't just win his week in the previous series, he got through to the Champions Week semi-finals. He was absolutely superb in the previous series. Hasn't quite found that X-Factor A game just yet. But if you're going to save your best, you save your best for last. And that
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
was
First leg, Danny did
similar
through
mantra
first.
the last time he was here,
Game
where
on.
he averaged 103.66 in the final against Steve Beam. But he's taken on a man in Danny Ayres who is beginning to build up a bit of a reputation for being Mr.
96.
Reliable, Mr. Dependable, and a man that, when the pressure becomes furnace-like, becomes cooler than a cucumber, Keegan Brown.
Yeah, and he is that, isn't he?
96.
I think we're in a treat for the remainder of the evening. Just the 2 semi-finals. You know, absolutely
84.
Every dart player is bringing something different to the table tonight, and what a fantastic show they're all putting on for us.
Well, Jurjen van der Velde and Andy Hamilton played in the previous Champions Week. One of them's guaranteed not to. In fact, both of them may not. And that's an untimely bounce out there from Jurjen, just as he was beginning to assert a bit of authority on the Danny Ayres throw.
93.
Those 60 extra points would have been invaluable in that attempt, but It does feel like he has overturned the throw in this opening leg, but that'll only be confirmed with a couple of trebles here.
96.
So Danny on 228. That's a lovely first start. Hoping to fill up. Should be switching to the 18s.
140.
That's the difference between these younger dart players and me. Well, I say younger, I think Danny's actually older than me.
By about 3 years, Keegan.
135. Daniel Carr, 88.
So both players under the 101 after 12 darts. So it's Danny, so it's double 14. What a start.
Double 14 for a 14 darter.
Second leg, Jurgen to throw first. Game on.
And just look at the laser-like focus on his face. Two players that don't really give too much away.
101.
Two real poker faces.
I thought that was a song.
60.
It's a bit too early in the night for karaoke, Keeks.
I remember the old Christmas party, wasn't it? Where, you know, you got the old mic out, everybody went for a fag, and then you start singing.
Yes, and on both occasions that I mentioned, 10 o'clock is not the appropriate
100.
time for singing. Too early in some cases, and I was in bed by that time in that case.
$85.
Great last dart there, just nestling off the barrel of that dart, just sat above the treble 20 bed.
That's a good treble 20 there.
100.
You know, to be fair, both players averaging over the 100. And this is only just the second
58.
leg.
These two had some decent battles all week long. Well, in his Group A campaign, Danny Ayres found 24 180s. And that one there has left himself on 61, forcing the 117 to go. If Velde is going to save his throw, double top,
77.
just over.
Daniel Carr, 61.
This for 2-0 and for full charge of this semi-final.
And what a start this is. So it's 41 left. Either looking for one for tops. And yeah, so it's double top.
21.
These are the sort of moments where you miss your opportunity, and it can be massive in the conclusion of this first semi-final. So it's 2 10s. It's a good markup.
Game show the second leg.
And just clinks it in with his last dart. And it may well be those scenarios where experience and inexperience begins to come into play, because despite being 12 years the junior Danny Ayres, Jurgen van der Velde is by far the more experienced man.
100.
Yeah, he is there, isn't he? You know, had the tour card. Obviously, had the heartbreak of last year, and you know, you have to admire the mental
99.
strength that has helped him bounce back to be playing this well all year. Should I ask? You know, should I add to that?
That's why I mentioned in the interview with Jurgen earlier on this
96.
evening, is this the best year of your career so far? Because if you look at what he's done, in comparison to what he's done in previous years, it is better than what he's achieved. He's won a couple of development tours, number 4 in the Hors d'Amerique, qualified for the World Championship for the first time in his career. Going to be at the Grand Slam in November.
You know, we obviously talked about that earlier in the night, and you know, I think the Grand Slam
98.
would be such a good starting ground for the, you know, for the Christmas period, should we say? And you know, when you think about it, he's going to be guaranteed at least 3 games in that group stage, and playing like this, he's going to. I don't want to obviously jinx him, but I think he's good enough, more than good enough, to be getting out the group stages.
And playing in this is going to give himself every kind of boost as well, because you think about what he's playing in this. I know there's a lot of differences in a lot of ways, but playing in the Super Series, could be playing a lot of games on a stage in front of cameras over a short course format in a round-robin
43.
format. There's a lot of comparisons to this that he can take to Wolverhampton. And we saw what it did to Connor Scott last year when he played at the Grand Slam.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, we're so lucky to have the Modus Super Series because
140, Danica 164.
Players are learning their trades here before going, you know, to the next sort of stage in their career as such.
Well, Van der Velde's threatening the break
64.
opportunity.
Danica 68.
68 left after 12 to go 2-1 up and to put himself in control of this semi-final.
So it'd be 18 or 16. So it's double 16 to go 2-1 up.
36, Danica 100.
Well, the double 16 goes a begging, and for some of the support base in here, it's a head-in-hands moment. Now, that flight might just be in the way, but that's spot on from Danny Ayres. And fair play to him, because Jurjen van der Velde, to all intents and purposes, looked as if he was going to go 2-1 up, break in hand, misses a chance. Ayres takes out the ton to move 2-1 to the good.
134. $100.
What a fantastic first semi-final we've got, and we've got another one straight after. You know, I think at the moment, that's the second time in this match that's happened.
Now, I have seen Jurjen at times this week head back to the table and use a bit of sandpaper just to sharpen things up as Danny Ayres piles in his second max of the match. His average still in excess of a ton, and now is beginning to make that mid-match move.
96.
Jurjen van der Velde all of a sudden is under it a little bit here, and another two-treble score for Danny Ayres. He has this semi-final exactly where he wants it.
91.
That's good darts.
You
would feel Danny's favourite here because the 151 is a lot harder than the 130. So you'd be looking at treble 13.
93. Danica 130.
Well, the 130 merry-go-round hit by David Pallett, which was then hit by Jurjen van der Velde against David Pallett, which could now be hit by Danny Ayres against Jurjen van der Velde. But the bullseye goes a begging.
58.
So it's 18. So it's for tops to bring it back. That's a good marker.
38. Danica 25.
It's lost the lie. So it's now 25 for Danny to go 3-1 up. So it's 2 at double 10. Double 5. Tricky double.
20.
It was always going to be tricky after that first start of the single 5.
Well, this is a major moment in this semi-final. Danny Ayres has missed darts to go 2 clear. This is for 2-2.
That's a good marker.
Game show the fourth leg.
Well, that just about squeezed in.
Fifth leg, Danny.
But it doesn't matter how
Game
for
on.
Jurjen van der Velde. He thanks his lucky stars that he's back on terms at 2-2. And as Danny Ayres missed a major opportunity to take a stranglehold of this semi-final, because he'll feel as if he should be throwing to win it right now, but he is back on an equal kilter against the former World Youth finalist.
You know, it's so...
57.
You know, it's like a proper seesaw game of darts, isn't it? It's going from one end back to the other. But, you know, as it stands 2-2, I think it's a fair... Once again, it's a fair scoreline, isn't it? Players have missed doubles and one leg, and then the other took it out, and vice versa.
And by the way, how precarious was that final dart double 10? Looked as if it was being propped up by another dart.
Yeah, definitely. It didn't look like it was in 100%, and maybe that was the same dart that keeps falling out of the treble 20s.
It's not quite getting the penetration that he would want into the board, Jurjen van der Velde.
100. $60. 99.
Let's get 99. You'd feel he now needs a good 140 to put him back in contention for this leg. Another one. We'll put a little bit of pressure on Dan's throat, and he does. So you feel, Henry, this 142, it needs to go, or it needs to be set up very well at this stage.
We know how good Jurjen van der Velde is, and last time he was here, we saw how good a front runner he was. But I tell you what, we're learning this week that he ain't afraid of a bit of a scrap, is he?
No, he is not that.
And I tell you what, now there's pressure on this 87.
So he's looking at 51. So that's what pressure does to you. So it's 85. That's good recovery
47.
to leave tops.
There's in a car 32.
Free in hand at 32 for 3-2, and the break, and to throw for the semi-final. Danny Ayres missed this sort of opportunity in the previous leg.
16.
And Jurjen van der Velde has done the same here.
That seesaw has came back, hasn't it?
Shrug of the shoulders. Is it going to be a case of what could have been?
20.
But Danny Ayres now has missed
16.
starts to lead this game 3-1 and 3-2. He could find himself 3-2 down. His section of support have their head in their hands. They know that he has had opportunities to really take hold of this game. And Jurjen van der Velde is punishing him at every single juncture. He's 3-2 up and has the darts here to seal a second final appearance in a second weekly appearance here. And that is some way to set the stall out on throw when throwing for the match.
95.
I feel that with Danny, that last throw, there was a lot more body in the shot there. The stare that he's given that dartboard. Absolutely phenomenal once again.
This is a tense, nervy semi-final, and this is just for starters.
59.
All about keeping you cool.
$133.
Absolutely fantastic there to leave 132. You feel Danny needs a 180.
$58. Here's your car 132.
To book his place in a second consecutive weekly final, Jurjen van der Velde's got 6 darts. He's going to need 6 darts.
92.
And when he comes back, he's going to be back for tops.
You know, maybe for Danny's missed opportunities, scoring's been really well by this leg, but for me, it's been the doubles.
Double top. 2 10s. Jurjen van der Velde is into a second consecutive weekly final. He's beginning to become a bit of a specialist when it comes to this format. And he ends the run of Danny Ayres at the semi-final stages. He couldn't quite go one better than last time, but another impressive showing from the stoic player from Crewe, who will regroup and come back again in 2026. For Jurjen van der Velde, he's got one more game to look forward to tonight, the big game, the jackpot game. But we've got a semi-final before that. There's David Pallett takes on Andy Hamilton.
Well, this is what we saw before the break. The Dutchman Jurjen van der Velde making it back-to-back weekly finals here at the Modus Super Series. Danny Ayres, despite another fantastic week at the Live Lounge, just falling short. In the end, it means that van der Velde is the first player through to tonight's final. Coming next, David Pallett is going to take on Andy Hamilton, and that game is about to get underway.
So David Pallett's got 3 more at 32 to complete a 4-3 win, and it's a clean sweep.
To wrap up a 4-1 victory. Should be a good guide. And he does so.
Andy Hamilton.
For the right to take on the Dutch youngster Jurjen van der Velde. A meeting now between two players who've got plenty of experience. David Pallett maybe looking to rewrite his darting story. Had some highs, of course, in his PDC career, not least making it to the semi-finals of the UK Open. Played some good stuff at the Ali Pali as well over the years. Twice he's been a semi-finalist at the Modus Super Series, but can he go one better tonight? The 35-year-old taking on Andy Hamilton, who, well, in his PDC career made the semi-finals of pretty much every big tournament, was a stalwart of the latter stages of televised events, and the 58-year-old is having a bit of a resurgence in his career. It's the hammer versus the mallet in the company of Keegan Brown and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris. And so, who is going to face Jurjen van der Velde in the final? Andy Hamilton, 2 games away from a 3rd weekly title in 4 appearances here. David Pallett looking for a 3rd final here in the Super Series format. The man from Newport. Talking about people from Newport, you must know him quite well, Keegan.
Yeah, I do. To be fair, I've known Dave for the best part of 20 years now. We played a lot of BJ competitions, and obviously the youth county system, and we've always been sort of together as we've made our journeys through the darn terms as such. And and to be fair, Dave's a really nice chap. We've got a lot of time for Dave.
He's gone 167 at the beginning of the semi-final.
I can't imagine that impressing Andy too much.
137.
Yeah, I wonder whether this semi-final's going to have the sort of fire that's been on show at the Ryder Cup at Bethpage Black.
93.
Let's hope it's not as much of a landslide as the Ryder Cup seemingly is at the minute. Apologies to our American friends that are tuning in tonight.
One, it's not over all yet.
100.
And as a sportsman, you were there to win. You were not there to let them win. So never apologise, Henry. Never apologise for winning.
I'll remember that next time you put your hands up after winning a leg.
I don't do that. That is one thing I really detest
96.
in darts.
Because you don't win enough legs to do that, Keeks.
Oh,
1-2-2 for Pallett. Isn't going to be taken this time, but he does have the luxury of 6.
90.
He's left himself on double 16 after 12. Really good opening leg this. Setting his stall out right from the get-go here, David Pallett. Setting his stall is exactly what he's done. So far tonight, he's had 2 top plus averages. 102.07, 100.41. In his 2 group games, and he kicks off this semi-final with a 13-darter. To a muted reception from the crowd. You can quite literally hear a pin drop out there.
We could probably hear your voice. Potentially.
$140.
They are there. For a moment, I wonder whether they thought they had tickets for the snooker as opposed to the darts.
95.
Oh, I did see that picture yesterday of Mark Williams who wasn't exactly best pleased with Mark Selby's attempts at playing on.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he was sat down in the chair pretending to have a sleep. And if Andy Hamilton isn't careful here, he might get caught napping against Pallett.
This is where Dave, looking at 19s.
59.
And he's just not getting the lie as he had been the last previous games he's played this evening.
96.
Obviously on the treble 20s, not the 19s. But Dave would think this is a good opportunity to break through.
$92.
Picks off last treble. And just poses the question of Hamilton here.
Should be looking at 25 of the ball.
63.
He does, so that will leave the 170.
Well, that really would spark the crowd into life. As would a crowd-pleasing Max on David Pallett.
180 and a car 170.
So, and looking at the 170, you feel like it has to go now.
$36. David Carr 75.
So this would be a Pallett pleaser if he can find the 75. He's going to get one dart in his hand, a double top.
35.
Bends the wire. We'll hope to come back for 3 more, providing Hamilton can't find the 134.
Sandy probably looking at treble 18. As he will leave this handy now. But awkward now, needs the 60 to be able to leave a double.
58. David Carr 40.
So Dave looking for tops to extend the lead here in the second semi-final. It's a good marker. Bent the wire.
Game shown in the second leg, David Pallett.
A clink and in, and Pallett 2
Third
up.
leg, David, you through first. Game on.
He has been ruthlessly efficient all night long.
139.
He has played the type of darts that, forget about winning a regulation night, could win a champions night. The type of darts that could possibly win any tournament, any arena. He's averaging a ton here. He's averaged a ton in both of his previous games. Andy Hamilton is going to have to show every single fibre of that never say die attitude from this point onwards. But we know he is going to scrap away.
140.
He's not going to lie down and just let David Pallett roll through this semi-final.
That's definitely not in Andy's nature, is it, to do that?
59.
He wouldn't concede a bus seat, let alone a semi-final.
So David has absolutely been peppering that 60 all night long.
180.
It's getting better, Keegan. Average 109.58.
Silly numbers, isn't it? Absolutely silly numbers.
He's had 5 ton plus averages this week. If he wins this with an average in excess of a ton, it would be 6. And I think that's a record.
David Carr 42.
Yeah, definitely for sure. So Dave, for double 16 to go 3-0 up.
10.
Because even when Darryl Pilgrim went rampaging through that Series 5 week 2 of averages 118 and 122, don't think he had that many ton plus averages thereafter. I say many as if he should hit them every single game. Well, David Pallett is hitting that mark game in, game out.
140.
If he's going to play to this level, the level he's played all week and the level he's playing tonight, I'm going to say it now. We might be looking at the player who wins the series, let alone the night. 14 data, 3-0 David Pallett leads, averaging 100.2.
Game on.
Thanks for the confidence vote there, Hen.
I forgot you're playing at Champions Week, aren't you?
He needs enemies when you've got Henry as a friend.
Just avoiding Keegan until the fire. It's a best of 7 then.
$99.
Not the first commentator to be thrown under a bus here.
And you won't be the last.
$99.
So Dave, That's Dave looking at probably 18s.
84.
I'm surprised that Andy stayed there. I thought we would have gone back up for the treble 20s.
56.
It's a good first start there from Dave.
140.
Well, Hamilton needs, realistically, you feel, to find another treble here. Does exactly that. Got to give him credit. Despite what David Pallett's throwing at him, he's giving it a good go right up until the final dart. He's asking constant questions of his opponent, who, up until this point, has had the answer to everything, and that's a great find with the last dart.
So it's treble 18 for double 16. She's going to stay up there again.
56. David Carr, 78.
So this, for 4-0, this could well be 3 consecutive ton plus averages en route to the final. Double 12. David Pallett is rolling back the years, and with it is 1 game away from picking up that elusive Super Series title that he has been waiting years to win. It's not going to be a 3rd Champions Week for Andy Hamilton this time around, but for David Pallett, that is 3 ton plus averages in 3 games. He strolls through to the final, where he takes on Jurjen van der Velde.
He will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
one dart.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit.
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had 1. Mr. Dart tops for the match to win 4-1. And the Dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Jurjen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the 2nd time. Adam Kaplas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He's 2 darts away
Jeff requires 86.
from a Super Series final. He's one dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone, and you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs one more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Vansky do the same? Just needs the one treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101!
Oh, lucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double four for the match.
Game! Shot! And the Modus Super Series 11 champion, Jeff Smith!
So the semi-finals now completed here at the Week 4 finals night, and victories for Jurjen van der Velde. He beat Danny Ayres 4-2, and David Pallett had no trouble with Andy Hamilton. A brilliant performance, a 4-0 whitewash win, setting up the final between van der Velde and Henry Deacon's choice to win the series, David Pallett. Well, my choice is sat next to me now, Keegan Brown. Can't believe he did you dirty there.
He did, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. But the way Pallett played, you can see where he was coming from.
No, I can't actually. no, to be fair, yeah, Dave's absolutely been fantastic, hasn't he? And yeah, and rightly so, deserves to be in the final tonight.
Well, let's start there, actually. That semi-final, David Pallett demolishing Andy Hamilton, who has got himself into that position once again, Andy Hamilton, but he's never in the game, was he?
No, he wasn't. And Dave just, well, he just absolutely, he hammered him, didn't he, from the get-go. And yeah, it was his finishing, it was hitting the right trebles at the right time. And yeah, I think Andy would be annoyed because it just felt like he just couldn't give Dave a good game, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and you could almost see Andy Hamilton just acknowledging that at the end as he spoke to David Pallett. I was watching from the balcony just outside our studio here, and Andy Hamilton was giving him some warm words, and you can see why the huge gulf in averages. Didn't even get a dart double there, but 101.9 to take into a final, that is going to strike the fear of God into Jurjen van der Velde, isn't it?
Yeah, of course it is. At the end of the day, he's missed 6 darts at a double and still average 102. If he, he took the darts off a little bit quicker, that would have been an easy 105, 106 performance.
And it does seem like tonight he's got in his head that he's going to be the first person ever to produce that perfect 9-dart finish. He started with a 167 attempt, didn't he?
I just couldn't believe it. Lost for words. But no, to be fair, like we said, half an hour ago, if you're confident, you can hit anything you want, and that's what Dave's doing at the moment.
Give us a few thoughts on Andy Hamilton's campaign. Didn't quite make it this time, but still many positive signs.
Oh, definitely. To be fair, he's a true talisman for the game of darts, isn't he? And he's still doing it. He's still doing the right things at the right time. And unfortunately, he's just run into a very, very good Dave Pallett tonight.
Before that, we saw a different kind of semi-finals. Andy Hamilton actually is he ready to leave, or is he going to get swarmed by the... Well, the coat's on, but he's got a few hugs to give out, a few selfies to take, a few autographs to sign first. And again, that shows to me that the mellowing of Andy Hamilton might be aiding his game.
Yeah, definitely. He's such an approachable guy, and it doesn't surprise me that he's still here watching the darts tonight. So, yeah, I think it's working wonders for him.
Yeah, he's going to be able to watch Jurjen van der Velde in the final. That game against Danny Ayres in the first semi-final was a little bit different, and right in the middle of the match, it could have gone either way, couldn't it?
Yeah, definitely. It was a proper story of missed doubles, wasn't it, on both accounts. But the young Dutchman, as soon as 1-2-2, he didn't look back, did he? He just kept on going forward, and rightly so.
Some story, isn't it, Jurjen van der Velde? We spoke about it right at the top of the show tonight. He played in that World Youth Final last year. lost it to Jan van Veen. He was in tears on the stage. I don't know if you've got any experience of that yourself, Keegan, but he lost everything, didn't he? Everything in one fell swoop, and I don't think many people really understood the magnitude of what he lost then.
Yeah.
And to be around a year later, almost a year later, now winning almost, on a consistent basis, and to be putting himself in the mix for winning weeks, for winning Champions Weeks, that just shows the character of him.
Yeah, definitely. People forget that darts is a one-person sport. You've not got another 10 colleagues or 14 colleagues with you, and that's a lot to take on mentally. And for him to come back here, well, he's had a fantastic year, hasn't he, on the development tour and the challenge tour, and for him to potentially win it tonight, I'll take my hat off to him.
We'll talk more about him before the final, but a word on Danny Ayres, because he's that kind of raw talent that's come through the ADC qualifiers. First of all, he's going to sit and enjoy the final. Then he gets invited back due to his good performances, and both times he's reached at least the semi-finals.
To be fair, hat off to him. He played really well tonight, and I just found out, in the semis, maybe it was a couple of moments of inexperience, should we say, of, realising what's going to happen, and he did well. He just didn't couple doubles here and then, but other than that, he had a really good campaign.
Yeah, and we mentioned before he missed a double to beat Jeff Smith, didn't he, in the final last time. Do you expect to see Danny Ayres coming back, if he doesn't, of course, go to Q-School and get a tour card, coming back and tasting victory on that stage next year?
It's only a matter of time. Let's be honest, for him to be getting here consistently, the latter stages on a Saturday night, he's doing something right. A bit like Gary Stone. They're all doing something right. Sometimes you just need a bit of lady luck on your side.
Yeah, it may well have to be next year for him, but who is going to win next week? It's another stellar field here at the Super Series.
Wins the title and wins the jackpot along with it.
Game, shot and the match, and the Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
How does he hit that? That's how he hits it! And Jensen Walker is a Super Series success story. And a second ton plus checkout just like that in this game.
Double 17 for double 8. And what an opener. Charlie Manby.
It's on the full
What a
flag.
find, what a hit. Mike Warburton knows how important that was. Badly read.
Keegan, big names, exciting talents everywhere you look at next week's lineup.
Yeah, 100%. We found it hard nearly every time I'm here now to pick a winner because the standard is rising and rising. And you look at that, you've got former world champions, you've got ADC title holders, you've got series winners. All in one group, well, all in 1 week.
Yeah, Jensen Walker and Scott Taylor, of course, both in Group A have won series here. Conan White, the first ever Super Series champion. Charlie Manby, though, is the one name that is leaping out more than most. What a player he's turning out to be.
Oh, 100%. It'd be really interesting to see how, playing so well in the Rising Stars, how can he adapt his game to playing the older folk as such. And I think at the same day he probably do just as well as Henry, and it wouldn't surprise me if he got to the latter stages, if not win it next Saturday.
Well, talking of the older folk, sorry Steve, Steve Beaton back here. He's come close plenty of times, hasn't he? Not just in the uniform weeks, but he was finalist in the Legend of Legends event that was played here, League of Legends, sorry, that was played here. Knocking on the door, didn't quite work out last time he was here with Adrian Lewis in the international pairs, but is he going to have his day in the sun?
Do you know what? It wouldn't surprise me. Even Steve now at his age, he's still playing really competitive darts. He's playing a lot of exhibitions, and that's his match practice. So it wouldn't surprise me once again Steve comes in next Saturday and wins it.
Yeah, make sure you are tuned in next Saturday as well, 7:30 as usual. Or if you want to come down, tickets are available from dartshop.tv. But tonight, those lucky few that are here to watch some excellent Arrows action will see the final contested between Jurjen van Velde and David Pallett in a few minutes' time. What are you expecting from this, and where do you think the game will be won and lost?
Do you know what? I've got a funny feeling somebody's either going to win at 4-1 or it's going to be 4-3. I don't think there ain't going to be no 2-2 or 3. Well, 2-2 potentially, but I think somebody's going to either come out or they're both going to hold through.
Do you expect to see that same sort of peacock plumage from David Pallett that we've seen so far tonight?
Let's be honest, Dave's been doing it for the best part of 20 years, so yeah, he ain't going to change for one game easy, let's be honest. But no, to be fair, he's got the confidence. Let the peacock go.
He has won the bull, David Pallett, so he's going to have that advantage. Can be huge, but Jurjen van der Velde has in previous matches shown that he can get the break when he needs to. This contrast between the two players, the sort of flamboyance of David Pallett and the real sort of business-like approach of Jurjen van der Velde, which one would usually come out on top?
Well, I would say it's the more business-like, but it's weird because looking at both players, you would think it would be a rules reversal. You know, you thinking Dave should be the more business one, and Ozzy are going to be in the confident brass person. But no, it's completely different, isn't it?
This is your favourite part of the night now, Keegan. It's when we remind everybody who's already made it through to Champions Week, and there he is, week 2, sitting proud, Keegan Brown, in between Carl Wilkinson and Neil Duff, of course, who won here last Saturday night. Look, you're now going to be spending a bit more time in the commentary box, but having that to aim at, knowing that you're at Champions Week, how's that affected your approach to the game, practice, all that kind of thing?
Yeah, the practicing is definitely going up. You know, even I came in here quite early in this afternoon for a throw. So yeah, I'm not usually doing that at the moment, but yeah, it's brilliant because once again, I play in the ADC system, and I'm lucky enough to play in the Pro Tour. It's put me in good stead for this. So it was just getting that mojo back, and when it clicks, I can't really argue about it.
Absolutely, and it's a different look to Champions Week this time around, isn't it? Of course, Neil Duff we've seen before, but Carl Wilkinson is someone who's been threatening. You're someone who's found your form to get here. I suppose if Dave Pallett were to make it tonight, it would continue that trend.
Yeah, definitely. You have to remember Carl Wilkinson, current England player, so he's he was no mug to the game. Previous tour card holder, obviously during COVID. Obviously Dave being a previous tour card holder, Neil Duff being a former WDF world champion. The list is going to get endless, isn't it, with the amount of talent we've got in? So yeah, I've got a lot of work to get through from now until November. Yeah,
and you're going to find out in a moment one of your rivals for that Champions Week just coming back to tonight. We've seen Dave Pallett. We've seen Jurjen van der Velde throughout the week produce some magical moments. Do you think this is the type of final where it's going to take one of those to win it? Yeah, I think it's going to need a catalyst. Something's going to spark, and he's either going to put both of them, in contention for everything. We could see the Dave Pallett 1-6-7-9 data sort of thing, or they could be trying too hard to get to Champions Week. And how does it change? I mean, you've been there just a couple of weeks ago. How does the mentality change before a final? This is the match now. This is all or nothing, isn't it? Yeah, that's the thing. It's cutthroat now. You just have to think, do you know what? Go for it. You've got to this stage. You've done really well. It doesn't matter. Just relax. Just enjoy the moment. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, because as soon as you do that, your arm gets tens, darts go a lot lower, and you just won't enjoy it. All night, you haven't really got off the fence, Keegan. It's been so difficult to choose. Dave Pallett. There we go. There we go. Dave Pallett. Keegan Brown has spoken. The final is about to get underway. It is David Pallett against Jurjen van der Velde.
Double top. 2 10s. Jurjen van der Velde is into a second consecutive weekly final. Could well be 3 consecutive ton plus averages en route to the final. Double 12. David Pallett is rolling back the years.
Yeah, it should be good, this, shouldn't it? Who is going to be lifting that trophy and wearing the medal around their neck come the end of it? Well, a possible 7 legs will determine that. It could be the young Dutchman Jurjen van der Velde doing it for a second successive series, or will David Pallett be the Premier Super Series player for the first time tonight? We'll find out under the watchful eye of the referee Paul Hinks and the dulcet tones of our commentary duo Keegan Brown and Henry Deacon.
Thank you, Chris. One last time and one last game, but the biggest game of them all. David Pallett's been here a couple of times before and on both occasions has come up the wrong end of the scoreline. Lost the first ever weekly final to Robert Owen and lost in the Week 7 final the first series to Graham Usher up against Jurjen van der Velde, the 22-year-old who in his previous appearance here played in the final, won the final and dismantled Steve Beaton by 4-0, averaging 103.66. But it's been David Pallett that's been doing the damage tonight. That's the trophy they're playing for. And David Pallett is playing championship-winning darts. His average for the night over the course of the 3 games he's played is 101.46. He's going to take Keegan Brown some stopping in this final.
Yeah, 100%. He's been the star, hasn't he, tonight, all Dave?
58.
And I think what he needs to do is, well, to be fair, I'm not even going to say what he needs to do. He's been playing darts probably longer than me, so it's all about just
57.
timing. It's all about timing. What he doesn't want to do is get into neither player wants to start getting into a dogfight between the other one and how to, get hold of the situation as such.
140.
Well, Jurjen van der Velde himself is averaging around about 93 for the evening, which on most other nights we would say is the type of form that should see him go on and win the evening.
100%. But he's playing a resurgence Dave Pallett, should we say, and it is really good seeing Dave again.
92.
One thing that confused me though, he's very surprised he didn't start on the 19th.
Well, the one luxury he did have is because Jurgen was on 3-4-4, irrespective
56.
of what he did there, he was going to get a couple of visits to tidy things up.
But what a dot there from Dave.
85.
Well, David Pallett's weekly average, 95.71.
58.
Which, if he
David
piles
Carr,
in another one of those
126.
ton-plus averages, not just would he be the first player to go through a Saturday night averaging a ton in every game, but may well break the record weekly winning average.
94.
Which is 96.1, which is held by Darryl Pilgrim in that Series 5 Week 2, where he had the averages of 122 and 118.
60.
But it's
David
weird
Carr,
because
32.
I think Dave's played more consistent. Because he's
shown the
always
first
been,
leg.
the
David
deviation between Dave's averages are very short.
Second
Well,
leg
obviously
is
with
into
Darryl,
31st.
they were a lot
Game on.
wider, if that makes sense. So I think actually Dave's done it the hard way.
He's had an average in just under half of his
100.
games he's played this week. So I'm sure the player that is Keegan Brown is hoping and praying that Jurjen van der Velde
100.
wins this game.
Cheers, Henry. Thanks for the confidence boost once again. Nah, to be fair, anyone that wins a Saturday night here at Modus, the world class,
57.
aren't they? Tour card, previous tour card holder or no tour card holder, we can all play darts, can't we? And that's all one thing we've all got in common, because, if
57.
if you've not got the experience of being able to play in front of the cameras on the stage, you get found out in the early group stages.
56.
See, I'm thinking what we should do is have a Christmas
57.
works do here as a singles competition, and then I play you first round.
No.
We get the karaoke out then.
Again, no.
57.
I might just not turn up this year.
But David, going the right way about breaking the throat, and he does. Bang on cue. That's one thing with Dave. He's just absolutely smashed it.
And the one time he was having a little bit of a dry spell tonight, he has found the 180 to get himself out the doldrums. He's looking at this 107 for a 2-zip lead.
Should be 42 or 54. So 78 left.
83.
Yeah, it's good ass leave 24.
You get the sense this is must go for Jurgen. If he doesn't find this, he could find himself in all sorts of bother. Pallett's going to come back for 2-12s.
87. David Carr 24.
For 2-0 and to put himself halfway towards the first weekly title here.
Getting shot in the second leg, David Pallett.
Yeah, quality there from Dave.
16 followed by 16.
Game on.
And what I would say as well is if David Pallett wins this game, there's no way he is not playing Group A at Champions Week. His numbers will just be that good. No one's ever had a 90 average for a week and not play Group A at Champions Week. Let alone someone who's going to probably finish off with a weekly average of around the 95 mark. Jurgen van der Velde.
93.
He's kind of come out in this final rather flat, and it's kind of been the antithesis.
It's also very massive similarities between Dave and Andy in their semi-finals, because I thought, it'd be a really good final when Andy it just didn't really click for him, could it?
57.
Well, for Jurgen, after this, it will be the Grand Slam. That'll be the next big
92.
one for him. And then he'll be hoping that he does enough in the final round of Dev Tour events to put himself into a World Championship position and play at the Alexandra Palace for the first time in his career. It doesn't
41.
look like it's going to be back-to-back Champions Weeks. If he's going to from this position, one of two things have got to happen. He's going to have to up it, and David Pallett is going to have to collapse. And there is no sign that this stack of cards is going to fall anytime soon.
If I had my hat on Dave Pallett, I'd be taking it off to you.
40.
Absolutely fantastic all night long.
No score.
First signs of nervy darts tonight from David Pallett.
Dave still got, thankfully, his scoring was so powerful in this leg, he's still got another clear 3 darts at double 10.
125. David Carr 40.
Pressure on this. Are we about to see a turning point? David Pallett has missed 6 darts to go 3-0 up.
85.
It may just be a dart at the bullseye, but this may well be the opportunity that Jurgen van der Velde has been praying for. And it would be for a break back.
At one point, Dave was 30 points above on the average. So it'd be 20 for the ball. So it's the bullseye.
Game shot the third leg. Jurgen van der Velde.
Pressure sometimes makes diamonds. And that is a diamond bullseye finish for Jurgen van der Velde. It just about keeps him in the final, as David Pallett had 6 darts to stretch himself free clear. And all of a sudden, van der Velde is switching it on. He fires in a max. And when it could have looked so comfortable for David Pallett, all of a sudden, in a couple of moments' time, we could be level at 2-2.
Paul Henry can't get a breath in.
100.
It's all about the composure of Dave Pallett now. This is all in the young Dutchman's throat. So he just has to, he has to win it. Dave knows, to be fair, both players knows, they both know how to win a game of darts from there. Is he surely not the 167?
121.
One thing I've noticed about this final, Dave going for the 18s, so it's not really clicking at the moment.
137.
But all of a sudden, it's clicking into play to Jurgen van der Velde. Could go for the bullseye if he wants for a 10 darter, but I don't suspect he's going to do that in this particular situation.
definitely not.
And all of a sudden,
58. There's your car, 50.
a game which looked like one-way traffic is
shown the
back
fourth leg. Here's your
on
Van der Velde.
terms. 2-2, courtesy of an 11-dart leg.
Fifth leg,
And
David
will
through
we be
first.
looking back
Game
at
on.
those 6 missed darts from David Pallett to make it 3-0 in a couple of minutes' time?
$73. $43.
Well, that might be some way just to stop the rot for David Pallett.
Yeah, Dave definitely needed that.
It's his third 180 of the final.
58.
See what he needs, what Dave really needs, is to get down to a double in plenty of time and take it out
45.
one dart. You know, I think that's the confidence that he really needs, because he knows he can hit 181 needed, and at this moment he wouldn't be too confident with going for the doubles.
Well, it looks like he's going to get the plenty of time in this leg.
96.
Could be looking at 3 treble 19th. That's a perfect dart. So we'll be looking at 51 to leave 32.
137.
Instead he leaves 66.
The foot is back on the throttle again for David Pallett. For Jurgen van der Velde, is that 2-leg flurry
66.
going to be in vain? Because Pallett's got 6 from 66 to go 1 away from his first weekly title. It's double 16. Pallett's 1 away.
That was a clean cut kill, wasn't it?
Jurgen to throw first. Game on.
1 away from a first title. He's had his heartaches and heartbreaks in this format. 2 weekly
57.
finals before have come to no avail. And you know what they say about third time being the charm? Is it going to be exactly that for David Pallett? And think
60.
about the last couple of years he's had. At times it's been tumultuous. At times it's been torturous. But he's come back out the other side. And you can argue that he's coming back out the other side a better player than when he began to have his struggles.
180.
Just like that, the pendulum swings again. But what a response from DP.
140.
That's what they're playing for. That's what David Pallett has craved for 3.5 years. Jurgen's lifted that before. He wants that taste of success again. Needs to find a treble here. Finds a treble with the last. Pallett needs 2 to leave himself on a finish.
Needs to find the treble you find. Or just a treble to get.
58.
Unlucky
There's
that.
your car, 164.
6 darts to send us all the way. It went all the way in the group stage meeting between the pair. Pallett came out a 4-3 victor.
60.
Van der Velde is going to come back for 104, but under what pressure? 2 trebles here, and this leg becomes incredibly interesting.
So it's 169. Be looking at
93.
Surely not
There's your
3
car,
balls.
104.
May not even get a look at it. He is going to get a look at it.
84.
David Pallett has
David Carr,
been here a
150.
couple of times before. 2.5 years since his last weekly final. He's not going to take out the 150 to win it. Van der Velde looks a double 10 to take us all the way.
64. There's your car, 20. Game show on the 6th leg.
One
Jurgen
leg
van der
of
Velde.
501 will determine who the 4th player through the Champions
So
Week
the
will
final
be.
leg, David, you through first. Game on.
Van der Velde has been behind throughout the course of this final. David Pallett throws to win the final, who so far tonight has been by far the best player. But all that's come before
100.
has now been rendered irrelevant.
Let's be honest, all Dave wants is just a 15 dart hole to throw. That would put enough pressure on his opponent.
58.
First chance, Dave Pallett.
Trevor's score has opened the door. Goes across to the 18s.
92.
He'll take a treble a visit right now.
But what has this man got up his sleeves?
99.
Can you feel the tension?
$93.
Like we said, you would take one high-scoring treble every visit. Puts the pressure back on this youngster's shoulders.
Has to find two. Definitely has to find one.
58.
David Pallett has this final now exactly where he wants it. 6, maybe more from 216 to finally get in the winner's enclosure.
Another
92.
treble 18. Would have left it really handy. He would take the 124, but the 180 from here would be timely. But unfortunately, it's not going to be his way.
44.
So Dave Pallett
124.
now got 6 starts from 1-2-4 to become week 4 Modus Super Series champion. Good ball management there.
92.
He has been waiting over 3 years for this moment. He has had his close shaves.
100.
But is it finally glory for David Pallett? He's double 16 away.
Game,
At long
shot,
last,
and a match.
it's glory
Winner
for
Super
David
Series.
Pallett at the live lounge.
Champion, David Pallett.
Third time is the charm for David Pallett as he finally gets that elusive Super Series win. 3 years on from his last final appearance. It's not going to be back-to-back Champions Week appearances for Jurjen van der Velde. We'll see him at the Grand Slam. We may well see him at the World Championship. But his 2025 at the Super Series has come to an end. For David Pallett, we'll see him at Champions Week with a swashbuckling display of brilliant scoring and brilliant finishing. He's into Champions Week for the very first time, having beaten Jurjen van der Velde in the final by 4 legs to 3.
Thank you, Henry. Yeah, and you probably would have to say that he has been the best player all week and a deserving winner of the title and that place at Champions Week. A 4-3 success over Jurjen van der Velde. Hit all of his doubles in the final, did the Dutchman, but it is Pallett who gets the victory and his first weekly Modus Super Series title. Time for the presentation then. David Pallett, the winner. Here is the MC, Paul Hinks.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've had a fantastic night of darts here down at the Modus Live Lounge here in Portsmouth for the Series 12 Week 4 Championship. Throwing has actually been excellent tonight, I think you'll all agree. Yes? Yeah? But unfortunately, there can only be one winner. And the winner of the Modus Super Series, Series 12 Week 4 champion, David Pallett! David. Ladies and gentlemen, let's say it once again. David Pallett!
Yeah, David Pallett, the winner of Week 4, Series 12. A big beaming smile on his face. And we are going to be hearing from David Pallett after that first Super Series victory at the other side of this break.
For
He will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have one dart for the match.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit.
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And the Dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2.
Did he go for tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Gablas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He's 2 darts away
requires 86.
from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs one more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Vansky do the same? Just needs the one treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101.
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.
Game. Go. And the Modus Super Series 11 champion, Jeff Smith.
Welcome back. It's the end of finals night here on week 4 of Series 12, and the winner is David Pallett. A 4-3 success in the final against Jurgen van der Velde sees Dave Pallett win for the first time on the Super Series stage, and I'm delighted to say that he's joined myself and Keegan Brown for a chat. This might be a first, actually, having 2 players that are through to Champions Week in the studio at the same time. But David, you've finally done it.
Yeah, it's taken a good long time. I've been coming obviously to the Modus since it was down in Southampton, and absolutely loved it there. A bit more intimate there, but no, I always enjoy it down here. But yeah, finally got over the line, and to be fair, it's probably one of the toughest finals nights I've done it in as well. So yeah, very chuffed.
Yeah, and Keegan, the stats said before tonight, and it continued tonight, that he has been the best player this week.
Yeah, 100%. You know, at the beginning of the night, he was 5 points in front of everyone. He probably would have finished off 15 points of everyone tonight. So yeah, to be fair, Dave, absolutely superb.
Thank you.
Yeah, really good stuff. Like, you spoke about maybe stepping back from darts a little bit, and that we're seeing a real resurgence now. Do you think you're at the right time to really give it another go?
Yeah, definitely. Everything's going really well. Practices go well. I've got some great people around me. Practice partners and everything make a huge difference. They make you want to practice, and the young kids at the academy, you know, they make you look forward to playing darts every day, sort of thing. So, but yeah, definitely, I'm feeling great, practicing well, and loving it at the minute. To be fair.
Just talk us through your evening tonight, because as you said, it's been a really tough field. How did you feel coming into the night, and how were you feeling on that stage, starting with the group stages?
Yeah, felt relaxed to be fair. Went for a game of golf this morning and cleared out the lungs, and yeah, felt brilliant. Come here, I knew I had a really tough group with Jurjen. He beat me here in the semi-final last time, and Gary, a fantastic player. But yeah, first game was massively key. I knew if I beat Gary, I was through to the semi-final, so I wanted to get that one out of the way, and he played absolutely really well against me. Which annoyed me quite a bit halfway through the game. I thought, if I was playing anyone else, I'd be cruising this, but no, he played brilliant, and it made me step my game up, and got through that one, and then I think me and Jurgen both relaxed in our final group game, and that was down to the semi-finals and the final then.
And even though you're playing for the trophy, a place at Champions Week, you're always one that likes to entertain, and we did see some quite interesting moments tonight, not least 167 to start a leg, and then you almost put yourself on what would have been the perfect 9-dart finish.
Yeah, I've been trying it a bit at home recently. Just try to enjoy the darts and put a bit of fun into practice. So the first 167 goes in. I've tried it a few times this week if the first treble goes in, but yeah, that's the actual closest I've actually got in the last couple of weeks of trying. I've only tried about 20 minutes a day, but yeah, 3 167s is the perfect 9-dart, and I was 5 darts into it there, so maybe next time.
Keegan, we've seen some things here at the Super Series. Would that have been right at the top?
To be fair, if he hit that 9-darter, we were going to go mental yesterday. But if he did that tonight, oh my crumbs, I wouldn't know what we would have done with ourselves.
You did go mental yesterday. I have to ask you. You looked up at the commentary box yesterday. Did you hear these guys going a bit crazy?
We did, yeah, but only just after I'd thrown the dart sort of thing. So yeah, it didn't put me off. It was just a bit of a snatch in the moment. I think I didn't get caught up in the moment until I actually released the dart, and I was like, oh, yep, it's a 9-darter. Then snatched it nowhere near.
It was a nice moment though, seeing you look in that direction, because viewers might not know you're actually quite good friends with our commentary colleague Sam Mulliner, aren't you?
Yeah, me and Sam grew up together. I think we went to the same nursery, primary school, secondary school together, and played golf together, and been out with a few sherbets and everything together. So yeah, we've known each other for a long, long time, and yeah, for Sam to be down here this week as well has made me feel really comfortable. Yeah, I'm sure he'll be cheering you on tonight, or certainly would have been off his seat when you landed that winning double this evening. What was the feeling like when that went in? Yeah, it's a strange one, to be fair. I don't think that was probably my best game of the night. I think me and Jurgen were just waiting for each other to kick in. Neither of us really got going. But yeah, just happy. I've got a love-hate relationship with double 16. Even if I don't know I'm on it sometimes. But yeah, no, I'm just happy it went on, and Jurgen didn't play his best game there, but no, just over the moon to finally get a win at the Super Series.
And it has become a real big deal now, hasn't it? Particularly that Champions Week, £25,000 to the winner. We're getting, obviously Luke Little kind of started that legacy, but players want to come and play here, and it's a big thing to win, isn't it?
Oh, massive, yeah, not just for the money. I mean, the money tonight's fantastic as well, but to get another week down here as well, and then to play with all the champions of the previous week, like yourself, and whoever's going to win the next few weeks and everything. It's fantastic practice, and it's fantastic for your game. You're not going to get, wherever you live in the world, you're not going to get better match practice and competition, and to put yourself against the best players in Europe and the world when the Americans and everyone get here, it's you can't travel anywhere and get that, so to be down here and do it is brilliant. Yeah, and I know Henry Deacon is backing you to win Champions Week, because he said it next to Keegan Brown in commentary tonight, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
It's an interesting lineup, isn't it? It's developing, and not faces, maybe apart from Neil Duff, that we've seen before at Champions Week.
No, definitely. The way I look at it is, like I said before the final, Carl Wilkinson's an England international, had a tour card 2 or 3 times and all the rest of it. Me and Dave's been playing darts together for the last 20 years, and we're not even 40 yet. So, yeah, to be fair, I'm looking forward to it. Me and Dave gets to probably play cricket on the dartboard in the practice. But, yeah, that's about it, really. But, yeah, anywhere you look in these Champion Weeks, it's going to be hard.
It's almost certain, by the way, that you'll be in Group A unless everybody goes ballistic for the rest of the series. An average of 95, so you must be really happy with that. Yeah, was that just for tonight, or was that for the whole week? Across the week, yeah. Across the week, yeah. No, so that's lovely, to be fair. I've been doing a few ADCs in the last series, and I think I averaged 92 or 93 for the series. So yeah, to start stepping that up again, yeah, it's what you need to do. Looking forward, if you're gonna
have the aim to go to Q School or something like that. It's all right getting your tour card, but then you need to step it up to that 95, 96 era to compete.
Yeah, 97 for tonight, and in the final, as you said, you missed a few doubles in there. It could have even been higher, so you must be feeling really confident and really comfortable that it's coming right at the right time.
Yeah, definitely. Give it a couple more weeks and I'll get back on the practice board after having a newborn. So, fingers crossed doubles will start to fly then as well.
Yeah, that's very recent as well, isn't it? So coming down here, was that ever uncertain?
It wasn't in my mind until the delivery, and then I was like, oh. But yeah, I know Sam was going to be down here, and yeah, Bobby, my missus, she come out of hospital on the Tuesday night, so we had a night together with Scotty, and then I sort of left Wednesday evening.
And you had to win, didn't you?
I had to win, just to make it worthwhile. If I didn't, I'm not sure I'd be allowed back in tomorrow morning.
Keegan, look, we said it before, definitely a deserved winner. Just give us a word on the other players, though, because these weeks are really tough, and you go into finals nights, particularly tonight, the bookies couldn't really separate them. Anybody can win.
No, definitely. Like, you look at the betting tonight, there was, 3 points between all 6 players. We couldn't, we're the experts in this, aren't we? And we couldn't even say
yourself,
it. Very humble. In all fairness, we always say to win a Saturday night is hard. It's getting harder because the standard is getting tougher and tougher. Everybody wants to be part of the Champions Week, and that's what the aim goal is as such. And that's why people are playing so well at the moment.
Yeah, and you two are there, as we can see: Carl Wilkinson, Keegan Brown, Neil Duff, and David Pallett. And you just kind of touched on it before. This is the last series of the year, so playing later on in the year, a sort of big finals event to end the year, it might be the best Champions Week to play in, right?
Yeah, definitely. You never know where you're going to be at the start of the next year. So to win a Champions Week like that could be fantastic. But if it's not, you come back hopefully in the following series. But some of the players that qualified previously and have won these tournaments down here, it's the standard's unbelievable, and you've got to step up your game every time you come here.
You're actually two players who I've heard other people say things like, "Oh, he's one of the best players I've ever seen." I'm going to get you to put your player head back on, Keegan. I'm going to ask the question to both of you: where you're at now, playing Champions Week at the end of the series, is there a loose plan for next year for both of you?
I think mine's obviously different to Dave's, but all I want to do is just be competitive still, because when something happens, you just think, do you know what, all I want to do is just give somebody a good game of darts. And that's my vision as a dart player, is if I can keep annoying people by beating them, I'm doing something right.
And for you?
Yeah, I mean, Modus and the Super Series really poses a question whether you want to go for your tour card or not. I know I went to Q School at the start of the year and I knew I wasn't ready myself. I'd only been back playing a couple of months, and I knew I wasn't competitive. I'm getting there now, but things like Modus, the ADCs, they pose a real question. If you go to Q School and you're not ready and you get your tour card, it's 2 years of agony. I've been there myself. I've been in that room where you go there and you get beat and you're turning up and you're thinking, why am I turning up here? It's difficult, but confidence is a fantastic thing, and it's difficult to get confidence in a room like that. But when you step back and you look at the amateur game, there's so many more opportunities now, and compared to 10 years ago, it does pose a difficult question. Do you want to go for your tour card? Modus is super, and I'd never refuse it. It's got me back into the love of the game. Even when I wasn't playing, you can switch on the TV at any time of the day on Pluto and just watch some great darts, and it gets you wanting to play better and wanting to compete every time.
Absolutely. Look, well, it's been ecstasy tonight for you, David, and look, we're going to see you again at Champions Week. Many, many congratulations. There is plenty coming up, as David just told us, on Pluto TV. You can turn it on 24 hours a day, and coming next, we are going to see a Tungsten Talk with Vincent van der Voort, a man who's not shy of an opinion, and he is going to share them in a chat after the show here. Influencer Darts Showdown is going to be repeated tomorrow at 2:10. Adrian Lewis was in that. We're going to see Week 5 get underway from Monday morning at 9:30 and another finals night from 7:30 next week. But tonight it was Pallett who prevailed. He's in the winner's circle. Thanks for joining us. Bye-bye.
Well, he needed a spark.
Danny back for double 10. Surely that's a perfect marker.
The perfect marker. Well, that was a really good display from Jurgen van der Velde
to wrap up a 4-1 victory. He does so. Come on, little fishy. So it's 36 for 150 checkout, and he does so.
Double 10.
Just a bullseye to make it 1-1 for the little fishy, and he does.
And so David Pallett's got 3 more at 32 to complete a 4-3 win. 2 10s. Jurgen van der Velde. Route to the final. Double 12.
Bullseye.
Double 16. Pallett's one away. At long last, it's glory for David Pallett at the Live Lounge.
David Pallett! And the winner of the Modus Super Series, Series 12 Week 4 champion, David Pallett! Well, gentlemen, let's hear it once again. David Pallett!
The new Modus Super Series champion. Yes! What a finish! The silencer, Jeff Smith! And it is that shot wins week 6.
Maximum checkout.
He's done it.
He will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
one dart.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit!
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And he Dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for tops or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Kaplas has been eliminated.